Aloha and good morning. And welcome to the North Shore of Oahu. Welcome to the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour Women's Pro here at Turtle Bay. And right now we are in heat number 2 of round 4. We ran round 1 through 3 yesterday in some pretty challenging conditions. It was 3 to 5 feet plus with some wash-throughs here at Turtle Bay. And today, much more contestable, friendly conditions with clean 2 to 4 foot surf. We're starting round 4. We just had Laura Clayton advance into the quarterfinals. She defeated Skylar Lickle. And right now in the water, we have Hannah Finley-Jones in the red and Caroline Angibu in the white. Caroline, our last year's world champion, competing here in round number 4. Sorry, Caroline Angibu was last year's champion of this event. And Izzy Gomez, of course, the women's world champ. But Caroline has always been near the top, and she was the winner of this event last year. So she's looking for a title defense of this Turtle Bay Women's Pro. And coming up in heat number 3, we have Ibaya Moreno and Mariko Strickland Lum. And rounding out round 4 in heat number 4, it is Taryn Kite and Sophia Bartlow. So that'll be our last heat of the round. Coming up next, our quarterfinals. And that should be exciting. Right now in this heat, Caroline Angibu getting off to a great start. She's got a 7.17 for her first wave score. And Hannah Finley-Jones just a 0.2 to start, so she is in second and needs a 6.98 to take the lead. I'd like to welcome all of you watching on watermanleague.com, live on the internet, television, and YouTube channel. Happy New Year. Hau'oli makahiki ho. It's a brand new year, 2016 of the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour, starting here on the North Shore. We're going to have this women's event at Turtle Bay, and we're going to move over to Sunset Beach for the men's division coming up later next week. So picking up right where we left off 2015 with some great surfing conditions here in 2016, and looking forward to a fun year on the 2016 Stand-Up Paddle World Tour and Stand-Up Paddle World Series. All brought to you by the Waterman League. Mahalo to all of our crew here getting us going. It is 9:06. 9:04, I should say. 9:04 Hawaiian Standard Time. I'm Rocky Cannon, bringing you the action today and throughout the event. Later in the event, I'll be joined by Kaipo Guerrero, among others. Dave Kalama and Dave Bainey as well will be joining us throughout the men's event to give you that play-by-play broadcast of the Sunset Beach Pro. For those of you here live at the hotel here poolside at Turtle Bay, aloha and welcome. Good morning. Just a friendly reminder that all of our pool chairs and cabanas, swimming pool, and the jacuzzis are for our registered guests. Of course, if you're here for the event, we welcome you to watch and hang out on the lawn here and get the awesome view of Kuilima Point. So just want to reposition our speakers so the competitors can hear the updates. Hannah, Caroline, can you guys hear us? Hannah and Caroline, can you hear us? Thank you. So scores and priority will be announced when they're available. Second score for Caroline Angibu, a 6.33, so 16 minutes remaining in heat number 2. And Hannah in the red is now in second and needs a combination. So she needs a 13.5 two-wave combo to catch Caroline Angibu, our defending champion here. So that's a tough uphill battle, but there is plenty of time remaining. So there's time for Hannah with priority to get a good score now and then build on something to better her 0.43 on the board and a 0.2. So she needs to get on the good foot and find a good score. So the last two scores of red, Hannah Finley Jones, come in each at a 1.43. So she still needs that combo of a 13.5, but she has one more score coming in right now, which should help her. Meanwhile, heat number 3 should be checked in. And girls, when you paddle out, please stay well into the channel before the start of your heat. Last score of Hannah Jones. Last score of Hannah Finley Jones, a 3.77. You're still in second, Hannah. You now need a 9.73. Hannah, you're in second still. You now need a 9.73 to go to first. Time remaining 11 minutes and 30 seconds. So Hannah did a good job there getting a wave, at least to break the combo and give herself a chance at a one-wave score to make it through into the semifinals. Oh, sorry, into the quarterfinals. She currently now needs a 9.73. Caroline Angibu got off to a bang bang start with a 717 and a 633, which is just about as good a start as you could ask for. And took an early lead. 10 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. I want to say mahalo to Turtle Bay Resort right here on the North Shore for hosting this Turtle Bay Women's Pro, among many other events, including some top amateur level events for our young surfers of Hawaii to glean their skills as future pros. And also putting on great events like this, stand-up paddle surfing at its finest with the women's professional tour travelers starting off here in Hawaii. And having us hang out poolside here, one of the most incredible venues on the island of Oahu, the most amazing views right here at Turtle Bay Resort. So mahalo for your hospitality. And to all of our Turtle Bay guests, we thank you guys very much. We know that you guys have thousands of choices for hospitality on Oahu, but you choose Turtle Bay because you want to get away from the hustle and bustle, out to some country life, tranquility, and peace and quiet, natural settings. And we do appreciate that very much. You guys coming way out here to Turtle Bay Resort. I know it takes a lot to get out to Hawaii, and then a whole nother hour and a half or so car ride to get out to the North Shore. Last score for Caroline Anjibu, an 8.0. Hannah Finley Jones, you're still in second. You now need a 15.17 combination to go to first. 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Last of Caroline was an 8.0. Red, you're now in second, needing a 15.17. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining, 120 remaining. Last score for White in 8.77. Hannah, you now need a 16.77 to go to first. So Caroline Angibu getting those big scores. 8.77 and an 8.0 for those nice big maneuvers on the outside portion of the wave. In the beginning of the wave, where the wave is most critical. So judges rewarding those outside turns, those big maneuvers. Counting down 3, 2, 1. That is the end of heat number 2. Caroline Angibu advancing on to the quarterfinals over Hannah Finley Jones. Heat number 3. Stand by. Here we go. Counting down to start. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In this heat, number 3, Ibaya Moreno from Spain in the red. Mariko Strickland Lum from Kauai in the white. Heat number 4, check in. Taryn Kite, Sophia Bartlow, please check in. First score for white, Mariko Strickland Lum. First score, a 4.67. Second score for Mariko, a 1.5. Red, you are in second. Red, you need a 617. Red, you're in second place. You need a 617. 20 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. First score for Red, Ibaya Moreno, a 107. Red, you're still in second. You need a 5.1. Red, you need a 5.1. 18 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Heat number 3, round 4, stand-up paddle World Tour Turtle Bay Women's Pro. Last score of white, Mariko Strickland, a 4.0. Last of white was a 4.0. Last of red was a 0.7. Red, you're in second. Red, you need a 7.6. Red, you're in second. You need a 7.6. 16 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Red has priority. Red priority. As Mariko Strickland up and riding on this wave. And that was ready by a Moreno. She needs a 7.6 to go to first. And remember the scoring criteria, we have our judges awarding those maneuvers on the outside with the critical sections of the waves there. Of course, waves are scored all the way through the inside, but you definitely want to try to make majority of your moves on that outside portion where the wave is most critical.
So kind of remind them too that when they both get a wave and like how they're paddling out now, the race back up to the point.
Last score from Mariko Strickland was a 5.67. Last of white was a 5.67. Last of red was a 2.5. So red, you now need a 7.84. Looks like red is going to make it back out first for priority. So if both surfers kick out in the same area after riding waves and are both paddling out together, it is not necessarily the last one to ride the wave means the other has priority. It is a race back to the lineup area for priority. Time remaining in the heat, 13 minutes, 30 seconds. Red has priority. And we are watching the Turtle Bay Women's Pro, first event of 2016 of the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour. The World Tour travels to places like here in Hawaii, to Europe, to Japan, South America, to Tahiti, of course, the West Coast, California. And all these events are added together for crowning our world champion. Our defending world champion, Izzy Gomez from 2015. She's coming up in the quarterfinal heat number 1 against Caroline Angibu. And that is one of the most lovely places to be. A pool by the ocean. You get the best of both worlds right here at Turtle Bay Resort. Last score of red was a 0.9. She still needs a 7.84 to take the lead from Mariko Strickland Lum. Last score of white was just a 1.1, not one of her top two. She's got a 5.67 and a 4.67 in white in first place. 8 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this heat. 8:50 remaining. Ibaya Moreno in red in second needs a 7.84 to go to first. And check out that replay. Wham. Last score for red, Ibaya Moreno, a 3.33. She now needs a 7.34 to go to first. Time remaining in this heat, 3 minutes 40 seconds. Mariko Strickland's last score was a 5.0. That improves her score. She has a 5.67 and a 5.0. Ibaya Moreno in second has a 3.33 and a 2.5. She needs a 7.34 to take the lead. So still in the hunt, Ibaya Moreno from Spain, vying for a spot in the quarterfinals. Winner of this heat will take on Shakira Westorp. All right, so we are here at the Turtle Bay Women's Pro, Sunset Beach Pro, all of that stuff starting for the 2016 Stand-Up Paddle World Tour season. I'm Rocky Cannon along with Zane Schweitzer. Zane, we got beautiful conditions today, bro.
Oh, another beautiful day in Hawaii, that's for sure, Rocky. And we got great conditions for the women. You know, sometimes Turtle Bay can be pretty challenging for the girls out here, and I'd say we got blessed with conditions right now with all the big swell that we've been getting. We have a nice little window where the waves kind of settled a little bit to be manageable for the girls out there.
Yeah, on the North Shore this season, it's been one of the only handful of days that's been under 20 feet, it seems like. Perfect day for the girls today. Right now we're in round 4, heat number 3, and we got just about 10 seconds left in the heat. Mariko Strickland Lum over Ibaya Moreno, and Ibaya needs a 7.34. If she doesn't get something soon, she'll be out of the event. Mariko will be moving on into the quarterfinals. Coming up next, it's Taryn Kite and Sophia Bartlow. And there's the end of heat number 3. And getting a word from our judges that last one was a no ride for that competitor. So the results will stand. Mariko Strickland moving on to the quarterfinals. Coming up next, we're just about to start heat number 4. That's Taryn Kite from South Africa against California's Sophia Bartlow.
Yeah, and these women-on-women heats are really fun. I was going to say man-on-man, but the women-on-women heats are a lot of fun because, well, at least for me, I prefer to compete on man-on-man.
Yep, and there's the start of heat number 4. So
makes it a little less stressful, I think, for the competitors out there to not have to worry about another 3 athletes out on the water. And just to have one other person, it makes it more so you and the waves, makes you feel more so you and nature, and gives you a little bit more chance to catch a few more rides and not battle with your competitors as much.
It also, yeah, it's definitely spot on right there, and comes down more to who can perform better in that 25 minutes rather than, like you said, Zane, hassling for waves, getting interferences. It more comes down to the raw skill and who can. All these girls are so very talented. Any one of them can beat the other one on any given day, but being that best competitor in the 25 minutes is what counts.
Yeah.
And the best performer on the waves, rather than having the paddle battles, you get more of the surfing skill battles, wave for wave, more like a boxing match.
Yeah.
Going back and
Blow
forth.
for blow.
Yeah.
And tough loss right there for Ibaya Moreno. Like you said, I mean, each of these girls on their good day can take one or the other out. And to see Ibaya Moreno go out is a bummer. But, you know, Mariko Strickland, she's been in the game here, surfing Turtle Bay her whole life, I believe. And so good win on her. And I tell you what, this is one of those locations, one of the venues where time on the water and experience out here really plays a huge role. I mean, if you've been watching it all on the live feed or if you've watched some of the previous events with the Waterman League here at Turtle Bay, it is just, it's amazing how much different current lines, how much moving water. Each wave is so much different.
Yeah.
And so to be out here and to be a good competitor and to finish on top, I think you have to really be aware of every wave you take off on and not just expect that it's going to be similar to the previous.
It is one of the trickiest waves on the North Shore. The reef has different depths along that stretch of waves, so it'll back off, it'll speed up, and then even on the racing side, like you said, the current, running along the cliff. When the wind picks up, when you get around the point, there's a number of variables that makes this wave pretty challenging, and knowledge definitely plays a big part, and the luck part too. But picking those right waves is definitely more so than any other spot. I think here, very, very important. You get those ones that are just a shoulder and minimal scoring potential. Then you can get these ones that you forget you're at Turtle Bay. You think you're at like a little like mini V-Land or something.
Yeah, I mean, even Sophia Bartlow right there, rider in white, she just had probably one of the longer rides I've seen for the day. She's still riding that thing, juicing it to the inside. And, man, I've had a few of those waves, Rocky, out here where you just take off and you're all of a sudden like, oh, my gosh, this wave is lining up to be a gem.
Right.
And every once in a while you could find those diamonds in the rough out here.
So we need our heat number one. We're going to get into quarterfinal action. It'll be current world champion Izzy Gomez in the red. She'll be up against the defending Turtle Bay champion from last year, Caroline Angie-Booth. So right off the bat, our quarterfinal number one is super stacked.
That's some action. That's some action to watch for sure. I'd say keep your eyes peeled, coming into these next few heats. It's just going to get more and more critical and more performance-based. So I'm excited to watch Izzy as well. She's always exciting to watch. I feel like she's blossoming into her own woman, her own personality. She's still only, 16 years old?
Yeah.
And she's already has 2 world championship titles.
2-time world champion already. Before her 18th birthday.
That's amazing. So, growing up in Hawaii, we see a lot of young athletes, a lot of young talent coming into the scene. And it's crazy to see how they adapt with their body changing.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of athletes like Albie Lair, Dave O'Connell, where they have these major growth spurts where they change physically so much.
Over just a span of less than a year or something.
Yeah, and you could kind of see them struggling with their ability to keep up with their changing body and adapt their skill and adapt their technique. And so I think that, Izzy's one of those girls where as she gets older, she's going to find herself and really kind of start to become grounded with her own style.
Yeah. Yeah, she's already setting a trend and making her mark in the sport at a young age, and there's just nothing but brightness ahead. But that being said, the women's side of stand-up paddle surfing is just permeating with talent. There's so many new girls that are stepping up into the scene. I mean, one of our most improved, we just saw win that heat, Mariko Strickland Lum. I would say from her first heat she surfed where we watched her a few years ago, to now has been just a catapult of improvement.
Oh, yeah.
And then you got Taryn Kite in this heat from South Africa, who's been on a tear. Sophia Bartlow always finishing in the top tier of all of the competitors, making finals, winning events, and never finishing below a quarterfinal, hardly ever. So she's going to be on the hunt right now. She got a 5.17, so she's in first place in this heat. Just a quick update for the surfers in the heat. White, you are in first. White, you have a 5.17 and a 1.27. Red, you are in second. Red, you need a 3.28 to go to first. Red, you're in second. You need a 3.28 to go to first. 18 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. And we have a priority system working too. We have flags for the girls to see so they can see who has priority. And should be a fun one.
Oh, yeah, and looks like Sophia Bartlow got rewarded for that long ride. 5.17, it's in the average range, and she milked that thing. So she's super happy to have a score like that on the board early on. And now she's just looking to improve her 1.27 as Taryn is looking to score a 3.28 to get into first place. And with this heat situation, it kind of makes it a little easier because all you have to do is focus on one person. You know, it's just you and that one other person. And so you don't have to always be putting it together in your head, waiting for scores and thinking, oh, what position am I in? You kind of could know just by watching your other competitor, be like, okay, I'm going to need to get a better wave.
Right. Yeah, for sure. And all throughout competing, you know, we coach the competitors. Competitors are coached to, you know what the judges are looking for and to think in your head realistically what you think you just got on that wave. And also, if you can, you don't want to pay too much attention to your other competitors, but at least know the scores you have in your head and try to build off of that because, the live scoring isn't going to be available all the time, or you're not going to be able to hear every single time. And there was a day and a time and place when surfers didn't know their scores, and they just had to go out and surf and then come in and hear the results. So it's really good to be mentally prepared and have at least a working idea of what your scores are in your head. And here's Red up and riding.
Unreal. So as we see here, just working her rail really nice, good off the top there, doing her paddle transitions really smooth.
Yep, that's Taryn Kite from South Africa. And she's still got the wave working for her as Sophia Bartlow on the outside.
Sophia, what a competitor, man. She is hungry. As you said earlier, I mean, she doesn't, oh, man. Woo, I'm sorry if I jinxed you there, but she is very hungry when it comes to competition. And, man, does she consistently get a pretty good result, like you were saying.
Yeah. We've seen her do very well at Huntington Beach. We've seen her do well out here in the past, making the finals. So she's definitely one of those regular competitors on tour that is knocking on the door for, something of a possible world title shot, as is. We got former world champion coming up in the next heat, Nicole Pacelli. Laura Clayton, another very vastly improved competitor from Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Fiona Wild. Now, we've talked about her and her road to right now of coming up from Oregon as a racer, transitioning into becoming that dual threat with the surfing involved and making finals, winning events. The talent is just getting more and more and more, and it's getting more competitive, which is fun for the sport.
It really is, and especially with the women's side. I mean, it's so cool to watch. Over the last few years, it's been getting so much more exciting, event by event, to watch the women. Not just because they're easy on the eye to look at, but But Taryn Shaw. I mean, the South African contingency has really been impressing me this year. It seems like there's a sense of pride that kind of gets taken from nationalities, and when a few guys have success, other people from the nation get excited on it, and they get together as a team and they push each other.
Yeah, we've had a strong South African contingency, and Taryn Kite, that last score was a 6.5. So Taryn Kite goes to first. So red, you are in first. White, you're in second. White, you need a 4.51 to go to first. White needs a 4.51 to go to first. And it is red, Taryn Kite, with a 6.5 and a 3.17.
Awesome score for Taryn. 6.5 above average. Just that's an awesome score there. She's definitely going to want to improve a 3.17 to solidify her position. And Sophia Bartlow, you know, that's 4.5. That's one wave right away with a lot of time on the clock still.
Yeah, definitely well within her capabilities to get that 4.51 quite easily. And you see her on your screen right now making it back to the lineup. There's a nice look at the swimming pool at 10 o'clock Hawaiian Standard Time, just in time for the Point Bar and Grill to open. And everybody getting on the water in the pool right next to the ocean. Pretty much the best of both worlds here with the swimming pool right here. You got the beautiful Kuilima Bay right here with Kuilima Point, surfing, swimming, all that fun stuff within one little area here. It's great.
Yeah, I really love this area of the North Shore, and as we see Sophia Bartlow, she's loving this area of the North Shore too, on a nice ride, looking to get that end section smack, but just a little bit behind it and decided to hit the eject there.
Yeah, that's the that Turtle Bay kind of funky wave that you can get sometimes, where it just really races down the line and doesn't give you the proper leverage off the bottom to get up into that lip. So you kind of have to race it, and then next thing you know, it's all done and you're down at the end and you haven't even done a move yet. So unfortunately for Sophia Bartlow, she's not going to get that 4.51 right there, but still plenty of time in the heat. 12 minutes remaining in this final heat of round 4, and we're on to the quarterfinals next. Izzy Gomez and Caroline Angibu coming up. Man, that is going to be a doozy.
Oh, yeah. Definitely keep your eyes peeled on all these next heats coming up. And back to kind of what I was saying about the nationalities taking pride in their sport. I feel like last year there was a big sense of pride in both the surfing and stand-up paddle community for the Brazilians. It was like this Brazilian storm almost the last 2 years. And the amount of athletes that we saw joining the Waterman League in both the women and the men's side, it was amazing. And not just anybody, but talented stand-up paddle surf athletes. And this year I feel like we're just seeing a big turn up of the Safas, the South Africans. And not only in the stand-up paddle scene, but also in the surf scene. As you see here, we have Taryn, rider in red from South Africa, just really smooth surfing. I love her style. It's very easy on the eye. And then we have Sophia Bartlow just outside of her, working her backhand.
And she's trying to get that 4.51. We'll see if Taryn Kite was able to build on her lead. Sophia working it back to the white water, staying very busy. And it finishes with one more turn, but incomplete on the inside. And is going to race to get back out because they will be going for priority after each wave. So Taryn Kite had a score. Sophia Bartlow gets a score. We'll see who got the better of the exchange. And it'll kind of tell us how far Taryn Kite improves or if Sophia Bartlow was able to make up some ground.
Oh, yeah. And as you see there, it's a cool little shot here. We got Sophia Bartlow just sprinting to the outside, trying to get that priority over Taryn. And we have the Hawaiian Water Patrol just in the background there. Big mahalo for them to keep an eye out on us and all the women and the competitors out there in the water. Definitely boosts up the confidence a little bit to know that you have someone watching over you.
Yep, Uncle Pohaku with Kanalu Water Patrol out there. Yep, just doing some great water safety. And you're right, you know, seeing a jet ski over there on the side makes you do stuff that you know if something happens, you're getting looked after, so you push it a little harder, which is better for the spectators because we like to see that more exciting surfing and definitely playing a part. So mahalo to Kanalu Water Patrol and all the great work they're doing here at the Turtle Bay Women's Pro. Last score of Taryn Kite was a 6.77, so she does improve her lead. Last score of Sophia Bartlow was a 4.1. So Taryn Kite in red, you're in first. White, you are in second. White, you need an 8.1. White needs an 8.1 to go to first. 8 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. So there you have it, Zane. That last exchange, we saw Taryn Kite tearing it up.
Yeah.
And Sophia Bartlow, she had a couple of good moves on the outside, but couldn't complete that last one on the inside. And here she goes up and riding on this one. A quick fade to start, and then a roundhouse cut back into the whitewater. Comes down off that into the next section. And more cutbacks for Sophia as she tries to get one off the top there and can't complete the last floater. So she goes down, but she'll have to get one of those waves with that nice big wall where she can really attack the lip. I think the judges are looking for some variety in the maneuvers. They like combinations. They like, the top to bottom surfing and, those power carves, which that little in middle section here at Turtle Bay really provides a great opportunity for some good carving sections. And, I think the frontsiders on a day like today may have the advantage just a little bit.
Yeah, it's I think that's always a pretty.
It's a debate.
Pretty good debate, no matter where you are surfing. Whether the backside riders or the frontside riders have an advantage. And for me, sometimes I go out in the water. I'm like, man, I love being backside out here. Other times, I'm like, man, I wish I could be frontside. So
yeah.
It's another side of things is the ambidextrous athletes, and we actually have a few out here in the water. Fiona Wild is one of them. She can go front side and backside pretty well.
Yeah.
And then you have Bant Rodiger in the men's side. He impresses me every time I watch him surf. He'll be going regular, ripping, and the next thing you see him going goofy, ripping, and he's pretty even on both sides. And I believe in both cases, it's coming from their windsurf background and their kite surf background, where Bant and Fiona grew up windsurfing. And with windsurf, you have to go both sides. On the way out, you're going one way, and on the way in, you're going the other. So, practice in the different sports definitely can pick up your abilities in other areas of other sports. And we have a lot of talent and history with many of these athletes. Sophia Bartlow, rider in white in this heat, she's from somewhat surfing royalty of a family. Her mother, Jericho Poplar, is a world champion longboard surfer and one of, the more iconic women in the surfing world. And so she's following her footsteps, trying to get a world championship herself. As we see Taryn on the outside taking a small break before getting back up to her feet. These boards can be somewhat of a balancing act. They're all in the 7 to 8 foot range at this point. They're not too much bigger than 8 feet. Definitely not much smaller than 7. And I tell you what, especially in waters like this, it can be tough to stay on your feet on these boards and keep your speed.
Checking out the view from the lawn looking over the Naupaka into the ocean. And it's one of the greatest venues to spectate professional surfing right here poolside at Turtle Bay Resort. So time remaining 4 minutes and 40 seconds, so less than 5 minutes for Sophia Bartlow. She needs an 8.1. Her last score was a 5.1. And so far, her best wave is that early one on. She caught that 517, so she needs to kind of get back to what she was doing earlier. And I think she needs to mix it up. She needs to get off the bottom hard and attack that lip. She's been having a lot of waves where she just did a lot of cutbacks. That staying busy is good, but it's not going to get into the excellent range. You're going to keep chalking up those 4s and 5s. To break it up into the excellent range, you got to come off the bottom and attack that lip. Yeah. And we saw that from Taryn Kite with that 6.77. We saw it really well early on from Caroline Angibu. She had the best round 4 of all the girls. She had an 8 and an 8.77 for her 2 scores. So the girls who were watching that round 4, if you guys are watching Caroline, that's what the judges are looking for. That's how she got those excellent scores. And Sophia needs to break into that excellent range, because with 3 minutes and 25 seconds to go, that score is going to become harder and harder to get as that clock winds down.
Yeah, so right now, Sophia's she's looking at probably two options right now. And, one, she could try and stay busy as she's out of priority and try and catch 2 above average scores, hopefully greater than 6.2 to beat Taryn's 2 6.1 scores. Taryn's 6.7 and 6.5. So Sophia's going to have to get 2 high 6s to beat that. Or ideally, what I'd want to be doing is kind of look for that gem of a wave and create a higher score, hopefully get something in the 7 and 8 range. Really look for that variety, as you were saying, Rocky, and maybe not so much consistent turn one after the other, cutback. Judges like to see a little bit of variety. And I think it's easy to tell when you could tell pretty well if they're putting the board on rail.
Yeah.
These boards, they're anywhere from 24 to 28 inches wide, and so it's pretty easy to see if they're putting the board on rail. And when you do successfully get those boards on rail, you could really see the reactions, as opposed to flat pivotal turns. You get more rail drive, as Taryn is really known to have style for. So as you see there, she just drives off the bottom up into the top lift and coming out of it with speed. And judges like to see that, for sure.
Yeah, that was a really well-timed maneuver for Taryn Kite. And she will be trying to improve on her low score of a 6.5. Here's Sophia Bartlow. 1 minute, 25 seconds remaining. Could be one of possibly her last opportunity. She decides to kick out, which I think was probably a smart move there. Mm-hmm. That wave did not have an 8.1 on it because it just was not critical enough. So good instincts right there for Sophia to kick out and go for something with a little bit more steepness and a little bit more critical portion of the wave. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute. White, you have priority. You need an 8.1. White needs an 8.1.
It's a good position to be in when you need a high score, is with priority.
Yeah, on the outside and in the spot to catch the good waves.
As you see, Taryn, she's making her way in. She knows that within a minute she's not going to be able to make it back out to the lineup in these conditions. So Sophia's out there by herself, just probably doing the little wave dance out there, hoping some waves come to her.
Zane Schweitzer, Rocky Cannon, Turtle Bay Resort. Couldn't ask to be at a much better location than right here on the North Shore, giving you guys the live webcast, play-by-play. Thank you for tuning in. Mahalo nui. And we're going to count out this heat right here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so with that, we will talk to our directors. Yeah, we're not the ones in charge. But
What's that?
What a beautiful venue we have here by Turtle Bay. It's an honor to be able to have two events of the Waterman League here at this amazing venue. This event you're watching here, the Stand Up World Tour, first stop for the women, and then we also have the men Stand Up World Series compete here with the final event of the year. And so Turtle Bay has been such an awesome patron to the Waterman League and have supported us so much, providing us with a great venue and an awesome place for visitors and locals to come and enjoy the action. Another lovely day on the North Shore. Yesterday I had the chance to go and explore Laie. Never really had the chance to go up to that side of the island.
Yeah, it's cool, bro. They got the Laie Point right there. You can jump off at the part of the movie Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Beautiful beach called Pounders right around the corner over there. It's a beautiful town.
Yeah, it's a cool little zone, really country up there. And, I've spent a lot of time on, this little stretch of North Shore in between Haleiwa and Sunset. But there's a lot of coastline on Oahu and a lot of beautiful places over here. And I think Turtle Bay really does a good job utilizing all the beautiful locations around here, providing all kind of activities for the visitors and as well Kama'aina to come and enjoy things like zip lining and mountain biking and hiking tours and all kind of other fun activities that we're blessed to have every day here on Oahu and in Hawaii.
So we are into the quarterfinal, heat number 1. Izzy Gomez, our defending world champion, against Caroline Angibu, who is the defending Turtle Bay champion. And coming up, we need heat number 2 to check in. Heat 2, check in Nicole Pacelli and Laura Clayton. Please check in.
Woo! That was a big old committed hit right there by Ryder in white. That was very committed. I'd love to see a replay of that. She just went up to the top so aggressively and kind of came down a little quicker than she thought, I think.
Well, they're going to be going for it because this is for a berth into the semifinals. So the quarterfinals is right here, and the next round is semifinals. Izzy Gomez isn't going to back down. Caroline Angibu, she wants to defend her title right here. So these girls are going to be going for it, and we should see those big maneuvers from two of these competitors. And once again, check in heat number 2, Nicole Pacelli and Laura Clayton.
And Ryder in red, Izzy Gomez with her, I believe, opening wave. Beautiful ride all of a very different, I guess, situation with surfing and a sport, say, as skateboarding. Whereas skateboarding, your playing ground, your field is positioned. It's not
constant.
moving. It's constant. And so you could approach your session on the skate park and say, I'm going to go up to the bowl, I'm going to bank off the rail, do a 50-50, come down and do a big air over the spine, whatever. The only time I've ever done something like that with surfing was in Abu Dhabi.
At the wave pool.
For the wave pool in Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates. We had an invitational with the Waterman League, and every wave came in the same. And so it was somewhat of skate park style, where you could look at it and be like, okay, for my quarterfinal heat, I'm going to start off with a big roundhouse. Then I'm going to go for a nice vertical power turn, and then hopefully finish it off with an aerial maneuver off the end section.
Right.
And I think that was the only time where I ever told myself, like, predestined, like, exactly what I wanted to do. Whereas most of the time, I'm kind of just going with the flow. If the wave allows me to do something, I'm going to go for it, and kind of just reacting with every action.
You know, it's like having a movie script or just going like Saturday Night Live style, going like ad-lib kind. And you're right, in a conventional surfing event, it's all going with the flow, ad-libbing, making it up as you go. Skateboarding, it's more scripted. You can set out your routine of, like you said, going up here, going to do that there. And in Abu Dhabi with that mechanical wave, it was very much like that skate park, which you won that first year, by the way. I congratulate you again. That was
right
awesome.
On, Mahalo, Rocky.
And that was very, very well put of how you were able to script and define your routine before your heat.
Yeah, it's a different, very different situation than what we're used to.
Okay, we got some scores coming in. Izzy Gomez, your last score was a 4.57, not one of your top two. Caroline Angibu, your last score coming in. Stand by. We could have a situation change. 12 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Here we go. Izzy Gomez wrapping a nice roundhouse there and pumping onto the inside section, hoping to get another closing maneuver here. Oh, spray out the back. I think she possibly tallied up a few points on that wave. We'll see. We didn't get to see the start of it.
Well, they for sure are battling because Caroline Angibu is going to put in a good score. Now Izzy Gomez gets that wave to answer back, and it's going to be blow for blow, like we said, just going at it. The current world champion against the current Turtle Bay champion. So two champions in the water right now.
Man, I love it when it's like that. Where every wave, it's like you're on edge, excited to see who's going to take the lead. When it's blow for blow like that, wave after wave, just the level picks up. Kind of like a chess game where, when you see a move get made, you have to call back on it, So here we go, rider in white. Let's see how she calls back from Izzy's last ride.
And here is white. Good attacking of the lip right there from Caroline Angibu with the cutback paddle transfer and looking for more down the line. Then the wave kind of starting to peter out right there. Not much left for some critical maneuvers, so she'll just milk it all the way. And gets a nice little rebound off the whitewater. But Izzy Gomez, red, your last score was an 8.0.
Woo!
Red's last score, 8.0. We still need the score for white's previous wave.
I could see Izzy's body language there just totally loosen up when she heard that score. I saw her on the live feed. Her body loosened up. She kind of did a little head nod. So I think Izzy's one of those competitors where when she gets that sense of confidence, when she gets that sense of, like she knows where she's being rewarded, I think that's when she kind of really unleashes.
Starts feeling comfortable.
Yeah.
And starts to unleash. And just going to make sure we get this previous score of white locked in correctly, because it will help out Caroline Angibu. She's got a big score for wave number 6. And that score, that previous wave for Caroline Angibu was a 7.1. So Izzy Gomez gets the 8.0. Caroline Angibu gets the 7.1. White, you are in second. You need a 5.91. White, you're in second. You need a 5.91. White, your last score is not going to be enough. White, you need a 5.91, 8 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. And there's Laura Clayton making her way through the pool area. And Turtle Bay Resort, one of those places where it's part of the brand pillaring to be an eventful place and have events like the Stand Up Paddle World Tour, like our amateur surfing events that we have here, helping out the kids and the next generation. The Wanderlust Yoga and Surf Festival that we have coming up at the end of this month. And, of course, all the live music and the festivities that take place here each and every week at Turtle Bay Resort. And part of the reason you come out to Turtle Bay is to have adventure, to have things to do and go out and play. And, of course, it's always nice to relax and have one of those famous, notorious Turtle Bay Mai Tais right here. So relaxation definitely part of the plan for hanging out at Turtle Bay Resort. But don't forget to go out and have fun. We've got our very own horse stable right over here, 28 full-grown horses. We have our own helicopter pad with aerial tours. We've got, of course, incredible stand-up paddleboarding over at Cavella Bay. Canoe paddling on our outrigger canoe. We just got a new sub-squatch.
Oh.
We've got 2 great golf courses, tennis courts, off-road segways, brand new mountain bike trails. So much to do here. You guys get out and enjoy yourself and have a good time while you hang out on the North Shore.
Now, Rocky, I heard you say there's 28 full-grown horses. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't there some half-grown horses, too?
We've got some mini horses out there. Yeah, we do. We've got Lily Coy and Elvis, our 2 mini horses for the kids. And they are so adorable. Take your kids out there to see them. It's definitely a worth it experience. Or go out there and check out our horses yourself. You'll be impressed at the life they get to live right on the ocean here at Turtle Bay.
The good life. So Izzy, she's trying to keep her position, trying to stay in a good place here. Who's in priority, Rocky?
We'll have to ask the judges for that one. Priority? Red has priority, so Izzy Gomez has priority. Some folks talking story, hanging out here at the Point Bar and Grill, Turtle Bay poolside, oceanside, and poolside, the best of both worlds right here.
So we have France and Florida out on the water. Caroline hailing from France, and Izzy originally hailing from Florida. She's now living in San Clemente, California.
Where all the action is.
Yeah, I believe that's why they made the move, actually. You know, her and her brother Giorgio are 2 of very high-end top athletes on the Stand-Up World Tour. And over there in San Clemente, I think they got a little more training
Yeah.
A little more conditions to train consistently than Florida.
Right. Yeah, more surf, more consistent surf, and of course it's kind of San Clemente and that Orange County area, the mecca of the industry of
Yeah.
surfing, and
That's
a
the
lot
surf
of
scene.
a lot of things pass through there. And if you're gonna stay involved and stay relevant, I think that's a smart move to get over to where the action is. And of course, you're just 5 hours from getting over here to Hawaii, and a lot of their competition and business of stand-up paddleboarding brings them to the islands, so they're not so far away right now. Time remaining 3 minutes and 50 seconds, 3:50 remaining. I want to say congratulations to Turtle Bay Resort and the North Shore community. In a moment, we'll watch Izzy Gomez first.
Beautiful
And
opening turn.
good turns, and then she just kind of loses her footing on that second one. But Turtle Bay and the North Shore community coming to agreement with the state of Hawaii to forever conserve Kavela Bay as Caroline Anjibu goes down.
Wow.
So
That's awesome news.
preserving Kavela Bay and preserving Kahuku Point, two of our incredible natural landscapes that we want to have for our children to enjoy as natural playgrounds. And of course, all the farmlands on the mountainside of Kamehameha Highway also permanently preserved. So a great achievement. 4 or 5 years in the making.
Wow.
Has finally been signed into legislation and official, released into the papers and everything. And the community, everybody is at ease that the resort will not be expanding into those areas and keeping that undeveloped forever. Boom. Izzy Gomez really putting it up high in the lip that first turn. And I think she got so excited from that first one, was trying to do the same thing again. But like we said, here at Turtle Bay, you got to be real sensitive to the wave you're on.
Yep.
And maybe should have just taken it a little easier on that second turn, because it's not going to have that long-standing lip all the way across on every single wave. And there's a awesome breakfast right there.
I know. I was going to say, what a breakfast of champions.
I want one of those Haagen-Dazs bars for
That
breakfast.
is epic, bro.
It's one of the best things about turning 18. You eat ice cream whenever the heck you want.
What's that? Epic. Whew. What's up?
Getting those new pool chair covers put on there. Up and riding. This is Caroline Anjibu. She's currently in second. She now needs a 6:04.
So something that I think is pretty nice about Caroline Anjibu's style. Ooh, beautiful attack there by Izzy. She claimed it. She threw it up there. She was feeling it. She felt that whip. But what I was
Less than
saying,
1 minute.
what I was saying about Caroline is that she really utilizes her paddle with those transitions.
Yeah.
She really makes it clear to the judges and to everyone that she's moving that paddle around with her rail transitions. But I tell you what, that was an epic wrap there from Izzy, just completely off the top and just thrown back down into the flats with speed. That would be a nice replay to check out, but you saw that Izzy was feeling it. She liked it. She threw a claim. She was like, yeah, that felt good. So sometimes it's hard to hold back those feelings of emotion, when you get a good ride like that. Sometimes I just find myself screaming, after I catch a good ride, and there's so much adrenaline and so much emotion, you just explode with like a hoot or some sort of
A kiai, as they say in karate. Yeah, Izzy Gomez taking that last heat, quarterfinal number 1. She'll be moving on to the semifinals. And quarterfinal number 2 in the water right now. We've got
little 2-minute hold while they go over some replays, it sounds like. So we're going to have Nicole and Lara Clayton out studying the waves for a few extra minutes and kind of hopefully they don't let anticipation get to them.
Yeah, Laura Clayton will be in the white. Nicole Pacelli, our former Stand Up Paddle World Tour Women's Champion, in the red. And coming up next, check in heat number 3. Check in Fiona Wild and Taryn King.
Okay, here we go with Izzy Gomez's replay here. Beautiful wrapping roundhouse there, and then we got caught off there.
Some folks enjoying the poolside.
Man, what a cool position we are in, though, with this time and place in the world of stand-up paddling. It's a truly exciting time. It's the world's fastest growing sport. We're seeing so many opportunities just being thrown at the athletes and also the sport, and just exciting to be a part of. This growing thing. This rising sport. As you see, Carolyn Ajibo replay, rider in white. Beautiful off the top there. Switching the paddle and wrapping to her other side. So very smooth and calculated style there from Caroline.
Now we're back into the live action of heat number 2. It is your former women's world champion, Nicole Pacelli, in the red. And up-and-coming Laura Clayton in the white. Check in heat number 3, Fiona Wild and Taryn King. Please check in.
And Nicole Pacelli being one of the only women stand-up paddle athletes to surf Pe'ahi. I've seen her out there, a few swells, recently over the last year and a half. And it's cool to see her charging out there along with Andrea Moeller, who's and Paige Alms.
Yeah.
They're doing more traditional surfing, but
Yeah.
I believe Nicole Pacelli, the only woman stand-up paddler to take it. Andrea Moeller might have also stand-up paddled into it, but she's just so into the surfing side of it.
Yeah.
Complete animal in the big waves. And Laura Clayton, little history for her. She's grown up on Maui and done all the water sports. I mean, she has some first place results in longboarding and shortboarding. She's very active in the community back home as well, with helping out kids and helping out with our coaching programs that I helped to put together. And she's just a rising star in the stand-up paddle world. I believe she's only 17 or 16. So we have a lot of young talent, a lot of youth here with the Waterman League.
And with the physical demand of the sport, being on a board, paddling, standing up, on a board small enough to do the types of maneuvers that are performed, it is just a 25-minute heat can feel like a couple of hours of moving around because you're just firing on all cylinders. Adrenaline is pumping. You're standing on your board. You're surfing on the board. Having that core being engaged the entire time, it has lended itself to be a more youthful sport. And, 16, 17 years old is prime time in this stand-up paddle World Tour competition. So congrats, Izzy Gomez, advancing on to the semifinals. And she will await the winner of this current heat in the water to join her.
We got White up and riding on the outside.
That's Laura Clayton. First score for Red. Red, your first score was a 3.0. First score for Red, a 3.0. And White's score going to come in. We'll deliver that when we have the information available to us.
So we see Nicole Pacelli in red on the outside. She's spocking out some waves. Looking like she might be, she was eyeing down that one, but decided maybe not enough scoring potential. So she's going to be patient, which is a lot of the time the smart maneuver, especially at a wave like this. Wave selection is key. So as you can see there, a little balancing act by Laura Clayton. When you're not moving on these smaller boards, it's very difficult. You start to sink and slowly go from a sup board to a sub board. And so you got to be able to keep a little bit of forward momentum. As you see, a lot of the athletes on the water, they're never really positioned in one place. They're always kind of slowly moving around a little bit, even if they want to stay in the same spot. Because, if you keep that forward momentum, you have a lot more stability and balance. Whereas we see Nicole Pacelli taking off on a nice ride as it looks. Nice smooth bottom turn and turn off the top, re-entry. That turn looking a lot more smoother and more drive. And just on the outside, we see rider in white, Laura Clayton, on her backhand. really working those paddle transitions. And she decides to kick out. So it's going to be important to get back out into the lineup and, fight for that priority position. And even if you don't get that priority, get into the lineup and put some pressure on your competitor. Sometimes that's what you got to do. And there we see on the live feed Terrence Shaw running over to the water's edge, getting ready for her next heat. She looks excited. All right, so we have scores. Rider in red, we have a 3.5 and a 3 as your two highest scores. Laura Clayton, you're looking at a 2.33. We're still waiting on some scores, so I'll get back to you guys once we get an update with that. At the moment, with what we're seeing on screen, Nicole Pacelli is in the lead by 1.67, so it's still very tight. We see Nicole throwing the eject there. She got a little bit behind the section. And Laura's left on the outside with priority. A good place to be. Rider in red replay. As we see, that's the section that put her behind. She hit the eject real quick there, saving time. She didn't want to get washed too far in. All right, so we have scores for Laura Clayton, rider in white, as she's also taking off on a nice ride. Working her backhand, being nice and patient on this wave as there's a nice face ahead of her. I thought we were cutting into some sort of commercial break here. We got the beautiful pool scene there. All kind of people enjoying the sunshine and beautiful day here on the North Shore as we see Nicole looking for scores. So it looks like Nicole Pacelli, you're in the lead. You're winning by 2 points. You have a 3.73 and a 3, 3.73 and a 3. Laura Clayton, you have a 2.4 and a 2.33. So, let me refresh that. We have new scores coming through. So, situation still the same. Ryder in red, you're in the lead. Nicole, you are in the lead. You have a 3.73 and a 3. Laura Clayton, you're in second. You have a 3.17 and a 2.4. Laura, you need a 3.57. Laura Clayton, Ryder in white, you need a 3.57 to take the lead. Nicole, you're winning by 1.16.
White, you have priority. White, priority. So this is a close heat. You know, we've seen some of the heats previously have been somewhat one-sided, and this one has kind of battled back and forth. We did see Caroline and Izzy battle in the beginning, but then Izzy just ran away with it. And then this heat right here is still very close between Nicole Pacelli and Laura Clayton. So Nicole Pacelli in red in first. White, Laura Clayton, you're in second. White, you need a 3.57. White needs a 3.57. 10 minutes remaining in quarterfinal heat number 2. Heat number 3 should be checked in. Fiona Wild and Taryn King. That should be a good one. Taryn King has been tearing it up, like we said. And she's got the perfect name for somebody who surfs well. And we'll just put a little quote-unquote it up for her middle name. Tearing it up King.
I like that. I'm gonna call her Tearing It Up
Let's
King.
just start calling her Tearing It Up.
I like that.
And Fiona Wild, you know, she's come on to the scene with great racing skill, and then has got into the surfing side, and looks like she's been surfing for her whole life.
Well, you know, she's somewhat has been surfing her whole life, just in a different sport. She's been windsurfing her whole life. I mean, she's been windsurfing in serious conditions. I remember competing in the Oregon coast when I was probably 14.
Maybe I should rephrase, because, yeah, she has been on a board her whole life.
Yeah.
But when she stepped onto the competitive scene,
yeah,
she just looked like she had been surfing in contests like this, catching waves, and been doing that for a long time. But she does have a tremendous board riding background.
Oh, yeah, and I think that's what I was trying to get to, is she easily translated her skills and her competitive experience from one sport into another.
Yeah.
And so it just shows how, you know, just because you might not be an expert in one water sport, having experience in the ocean, having experience in the elements, having experience competing as a competitor, all adds up.
And right now, 8 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Laura Clayton, one of those young competitors who has made great improvements over the last couple of years. And we've seen a number of those in this women's division where, you know, it was the Candace Applebee's, Izzy started to come on. But then it was, Caroline's been there. But now we see so many of them. And here's Nicole Pacelli, who is a former world champion up in riding right now. And she is in the lead, trying to better a 3.0. Just trying to make this wave work to the inside. There's always that last little section that you can blast off of that'll leave that kind of final impression on the judges and be kind of an exclamation point, if you will, for the score.
I'd say with only 7 minutes remaining, it's a pretty smart decision to right now be selective with your wave and get on a wave that's maybe can offer a little more potential than the one that Nicole just took off on. From this takeoff, I mean, look how tall it was. But I could see how she could have maybe thought that was going to be a great wave, but then look right here, it just shouldered off. And so that's the difficulty about this wave, is it constantly is changing.
Well, you know, looking at what's coming in on the scoreboard as we take a look at just the epic, brand new, remodeled pool deck area of Turtle Bay Resort, those nice, beautiful umbrellas, new lounge chairs as we see Laura Clayton. Here we go. She's on her backhand, and she's going to try to use that rail. Does a little check turn and tries to find...
Ooh, nice section there.
Some power turns for Laura Clayton.
So this is one of those waves that is lining up as a nice reform.
Yeah, she'll get another opportunity right there as it steepens up, but she cannot get that one to cooperate. So Laura Clayton performed well all through the early rounds. She took down quite a few big names along the way. I mean, she took down Dominique Miller and advanced with Nicole Pacelli during the second round, and then had to surf past Hannah Finley Jones, and then found herself into round 4, and she was able to defeat Skylar Lickle and make it to the quarterfinals. 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, 5:30 remaining. And here's the replay of Laura's wave. And, you know, I would have, on that first turn, Zane, we called it more of a check turn. I would have liked her to put that one on rail a little bit more just to perform on the outside because, as we've been saying, you know, for the judging criteria, especially here at Turtle Bay, your bulk of your critical scoring is going to be done at the beginning of the wave where it's nice and steep and critical, and she just did a check turn at that point. And had she cranked it, I think it would have helped her score a lot more. She only gets a 3.33 for that entire wave. But Turtle Bay also has that inside section where it stood up, and then she tried to crank it, but she couldn't complete that.
Yeah.
So, you know, everything between that was mediocre, and that reflects in the score of a 3.33. I think, you know, in this quarterfinal heat, you're up against the best in the world.
Yeah.
You're up against a former world champion. It's time to kind of throw all your inhibitions to the wind and get it up in the lip. Win or lose, at least you know you went for it.
Very, very true notes there, Rocky. That's something I was going to point out too is, you know, to be able to catch everyone's attention, catch the judge's attention from that first initial bottom turn.
Right.
That first rail turn where you could see before the top turn even happens that they're committed.
Right.
And so to be able to start off a wave and catch the attention and then finish off the wave with the exclamation mark on your end maneuver, which this wave provides a lot.
Yeah.
So very good point there. Laura's, if she's we're gonna want to start taking out world champions, she's definitely gonna have to start being a little more aggressive on her first and last maneuver.
But credit to her, you know, she's in the quarterfinals right now, and you know, been performing very well. And mahalo to Brother Dan Gavir watching online. Shouting out to Team Starboard. That's your team, Zane, and that's Izzy Gomez. You know, you guys got a stacked team. You got
Laura Clayton, Fiona
too,
Wild.
right here.
Yeah, right on, Dan. Glad you're watching. Aloha from the North Shore.
And those of you watching on the YouTube channel and on watermanleague.com, we do send you a big mahalo. And for those of you hanging out with us here live at Turtle Bay Resort on the point, we do thank you and appreciate all of your support as well. So 2 minutes, 25 seconds remaining, 2:25 on the clock. Laura Clayton in second. She now needs a 5:03. White, you're in second. You need a 5:03. Your last score was a 3.33. So Laura Clayton, you need a 5:03. 2 minutes remaining. Nicole, in red, you're in first. Red, you are in first. You have a 4.63 and a 3.73. Laura Clayton, in white, you're in second. You need a 5:03 to go to first.
You know, time is winding down with only 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, but that's enough time to catch one wave and score above a 5. So that's what Laura's going to have to do, but I believe we have red in priority. Is that correct? No, we have white in priority, so that's a good position for Laura.
Yeah, red.
Yes, red is in priority, excuse me. Red, you are in priority. So, unfortunately for Laura, that's a little bit of a defensive position.
Well, for Laura, she is going to have to, whatever happens, she's going to have to get her best ride of the heat to win the heat.
Yep.
Because she's been scoring under 3.33 for the heat. So she's going to have to mix it up and do something she hasn't done in this heat yet, which is get a 5:03. And she'll have to do it on the second choice of waves out there.
And within 30 seconds.
And within 30 seconds. So, you know, it is stacking up against Laura, but she's had a great run for 2016. 2, 1.
Oh, man, I could see a little bit of frustration there with Laura. She's very committed. She's been training hard the last few years, and I could tell she's bummed to lose that, but she can learn a lot from this heat.
And Zane, you know, it's a brand new year. It's 2016. It's obviously everybody's first event of the year. But Laura, coming off of 2015 and of the year before, she's just been improving better and better and better. And now she's made the quarterfinals for her first event of 2016. For her, I would say, you know, there's a lot to be stoked about. And of course, as a competitor, as somebody as committed as she is, there's some frustration. But whoever's coaching her, and I know you have a lot to do with the Starboard coaching team, you know, there's a lot you can say to her that she did very well.
Oh, yeah.
And she can improve, but a quarterfinal, first event for 2016. Great job, Laura. And, of course, congratulations to Nicole Pacelli, former world champion, moving on to the semifinal. She'll be up against Izzy Gomez. We're going to have 2 world champions going at it in the semis. That's going to be great.
That's going to be a wild heat. But, yeah, like you're saying, that's a top 9 finish for the beginning of the year. So 2016, that's a great start for Laura Clayton. In the top 9, I believe possibly even 8th. But we'll see how it tallies up towards the end. And, man, action on the water. Fiona Wilde and Taryn King.
So 2 competitors from opposite ends of the world. We've got Oregon, Fiona Wilde. We've got South Africa, Taryn King. You know, Northwest versus South Africa, just, you know, like opposite ends of the globe, 2 sides of the equator, and shaping up to be a great one here for quarterfinal heat number 3. Check in quarterfinal heat number 4. Mariko Strickland Lum and Shakira Westop. Please check in.
Here we go. Nice ride from tearing it up, King.
Tearing it up, King.
She didn't get it as long as she wanted, I don't think, but the wave did kind of peter out a bit. So she'll be on her way back out for another score on the board as we have Fiona Wild on the outside, just waiting for a wave patiently.
Zane, you mentioned earlier about knowledge of this wave, not only to pick the right wave, but even surfing on the wave. You got to know when to let up and get back to the white water. You got to know when you can attack the lip. It's not one of those waves that's just going to line up and you can tee off.
Yeah.
You really have to calculate your maneuvers carefully. And, you can see some of the competitors that are not from here, that don't get as much time out here, get a little bit frustrated with that. That first turn, boom, it feels good. And then you go up for a next one and the wave's not even there. Mm-hmm. And you got to that you got to work it back to the white water to wait for that reform section. And, checking out the tiki torches, aren't they beautiful?
Yeah.
They're just
yeah, how's that? That could be a screensaver for
that's full on like
right
your office, if you guys are watching from somewhere of a colder temperature, we can get you dreaming of coming to Turtle Bay Resort with some of these screenshots.
Yeah.
So first scores coming in, Taryn King has a 1.93 and a 2.5. Fiona Wild has a 0.33 and a 2.9. So Fiona Wild in red, currently in second. She needs a 1.53 to take the lead. 18 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
I recognize that paddle stroke. It's funny, as you kind of surround yourself around these guys more and more, you could see from a distance just the difference in strokes with everybody. And I could see that is Benoit Carpentier and JC Shima. I'm almost 100% positive. French and Oahu boy. And I could just tell by their style.
Yeah.
The way they're paddling. Here we go. We got waves coming. The women are scrambling around, thinking about choosing one of these.
That's white Taryn King. She misses that first wave. Fiona Wild.
Ooh, Taryn's going for the inside scoop there.
And Fiona's too far out.
So there you go. You could
White
see
has
it.
priority.
You could see it in their eyes.
White, you have priority.
The girls are constantly just head checking, left shoulder, right shoulder. Eyes are constantly moving. They're trying to be very aware of their position and the swells coming in.
Well, and being on such small boards, constantly moving, because if you stop, the board will sink, essentially. Here's Taryn King deep on the point, and it gets one with a little bit of shoulder, not too much carving or critical opportunity right there, but lays into that second turn quite nicely and just squeaks back into the reform, and she'll kick out.
And here we go, back to back, Fiona Wild. Oh, just a little bit, maybe too much of whitewash little bit caught in the whitewash there for Fiona. But the girls are both going to make it back out and look to improve their score. Right now, we're looking at Taryn King in white in the lead. She has a 2.5 and a 1.93. Fiona Wild, you're in second with a 2.9 and a 0.33. There will be scores coming in from the last rides. With just about 15 and a half minutes remaining, we're looking here at Taryn's replay. Rocky. Thanks.
So that last score of Taryn King was a 3.43, best of the heat so far. 15 minutes remaining. Yes. Yes, correct. 15 minutes remaining. 15 minutes, Rocky. Good start. All right. Well, we got a break. Oh, yeah. My mom was every year. Like a month. After the quarter, we have a break. And then we have a break. Semis, we have a break. So we have a little bit of
Is this another ride? Here we go. Nice turn there by tearing it up, King. Rider in white. I love that paddle transition there on that second maneuver. And she's looking for that exclamation mark, and she gets it. So it wasn't a super powerful section, but she recovered really nicely. She stayed over her board, and she pulled off a nice closing maneuver. So that's going to be I'd say that might be one of her top two scores for Taryn as we see as we're waiting for that score. It looks like Fiona Wild took the lead. We have Fiona with a 3.77 and a 2.9. And we're still rating for the last ride of Rider in White.
So good slicing turn right there from Taryn. And smooth carve on the inside, then got some speed. Was able to finish strong with that little drop the wallet Sonny Garcia action on the inside. Here we go, up and riding Fiona Wild. This is live action. Just a quick kick out. Not going to be providing that scoring potential she's looking for. So good instincts right there from Fiona to kick out. Last score of Taryn King was a 6.67. Last of White, a 6.67. White, you're in first. Red, you are in second. Red, you need a 6.34. Red, you need a 6.34. 12 minutes, 35 seconds to go. So you saw Fiona pause to hear the score. She now knows that she needs a 6.34. And just like that, the level just keeps getting cranked up and cranked up.
Oh, yeah.
Taryn cranked it up with a 6.67. Now Fiona needs to notch it up with a 6.34. And as you would expect in the quarterfinal heat, the scores need to get better and better to advance to the semifinals.
Oh, yeah. So Fiona, she's definitely going to want to get a better wave than that to get back into the leading position, as Taryn is probably also thinking of bettering her second highest scoring wave, which is pretty much in the below average range. It's a 3.43. She's got a great high score, 6.67. Right. But she's for sure thinking about bettering her backup.
Yeah, in the quarterfinals, you don't foresee yourself relying on a 3.43 to make it to the semi. Mm-hmm. So you definitely are thinking more of that 6.7.8, 9-point range.
Ideally.
Of throwing yourself into that semi with a lot of momentum, too. You know how it is when you get a big score in your heat. If you're going into a quarterfinal, let's say you have, you get away with being able to have like a 5 and a 4 and make it through, versus you just come out of your quarter with like a 9 and an 8 into your semi. You're just fired up and going all out. And those scores, they can do a lot for your confidence. And like we talked about with Izzy, and when you start to feel comfortable, you hear those scores getting called out. All right, I'm doing what the judges want. I got to keep it up. I can even give a watch when they see this kind of thing, and you just take it to that next level. That's when you're into those quarterfinal rounds and higher. And priority was with Red. Here's Fiona Wild.
Wow, what an awesome takeoff. Beautiful wave. There we go. That's the way you want to start a nice wave like that. And just flying down the line with that speed turn. I like that second maneuver. And now she's setting up for that reform. Oh, just buckets out the back as we see Ryder in white tearing it up. King also ripping her wave behind. This is going to be a killer exchange, Rocky.
Yeah, Taryn's wave, and probably not as steep in that section, but she is doing a really good job of sticking with it and getting that end section to work with. Unfortunately, in the quarterfinal, you know, those little mistakes could come back to haunt you. She's in the lead at this point.
Yeah, that could have been a difference from a 5 to a 6.
Yeah, maybe even higher.
Maybe even higher.
So we'll see how that affects Taryn's score. Meanwhile, the previous wave of Fiona Wild was a 4.83. Stand by for her last score. And here's Fiona's replay. Look at that bottom turn, carving hard off the bottom, cranks it off the top, and then a little speed turn right there just under the lip.
Jeez, that
And
was a
then
beautiful ride.
When she goes to the inside section, she had another one that really threw some buckets.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's going to be close to what she needs, I think. I'm really excited to see what the scores drop on that. And for all of our viewers on immersetv.com, thank you for checking in and watching the action from wherever you may be. We have red in priority, Fiona Wild. Red with priority, and she looks like she's picking off a nice set out the back. Getting low off that bottom turn. She was setting up for what she thought was going to be a nice wave, and it petered out. So she made a smart decision, I'd say, for kicking out and getting back out there. So right now we have riders being patient on the outside, waiting for some waves.
And the scores coming in, the last score of White Taryn King was a 5.93. The previous score of Fiona Wild was a 6.93. So Fiona gets the better of the exchange, but she has a lower backup score. So Fiona, you're in second. Red, you need a 5.67. Red, you need a 5.67. 6 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
So I think we were both kind of talking about how that was going to be a great exchange there, and it was. Taryn King had the lower of the exchange, but has a better backup score, so still has the lead. Right now we have red in priority, so that's in favor for Fiona Wild. At the moment, she just needs a 5.67 to take the lead with 5.5 minutes remaining. There's a lot of scores on the board, though, Rock. I mean, these girls are catching a lot of waves. We have 8 scored rides from Fiona Wild and 6 scored rides from Taryn King. But really, only 2 scores matter.
Yeah, those top 2 waves. And for Taryn King, she's got that 6.67. And then her last wave, that 5.93. Fiona Wild, she's got the highest scoring wave of the heat with a 6.93, but her low wave, the 4.83, is what she needs to work on and get at least a 5.67 to get back into it. But you look at their two-wave totals, it's a very, very close heat. A 12.6 total for Taryn King and 11.76 for this one right here, Fiona Wild.
Wow, what an epic start to that wave for Fiona. She's off to a good start here. Let's hope she's got some more opportunity on this wave. But, man, that was some commitment. I mean, catching the attention off the first maneuver, she did a great job. The wave didn't offer much, but I still would say that's going to be a pretty nice score. It might not be what she needs.
It's quality that the judges are looking for. And, you know, we've seen great scores awarded for single maneuver waves in all forms of surfing. You know, even to the top level of the World Surf League. You know, we've seen those one maneuver waves, and we'll watch the replay here, and we'll see where the judges go with this one. But it was on the outside. It was committed above the lip and came down with it, landed it with speed, power, and flow. So we'll see if that was enough. You're right, Zane. It's going to be close, and the wave didn't offer much after that. But when we're talking about the critical part of the wave, she really maximized it.
Yeah, she got the most critical part of that wave for sure. As we see Taryn it up, King and White on the outside, working her heel side rail. Throwing buckets out the back on that second maneuver. She's really has a nice drivey style. I like how she utilizes her rail.
Yeah, good paddle transfer right there, and then just can't hold on as she hit that whitewater section and went down with the lip and was unable to complete that turn. So that's going to be difficult to say if that's one of her top two. But we can tell you, last score of Fiona Wild, a 6.23. That is enough to go to first place. So
wow,
quality turns being rewarded, going for it. And watch this last wave, and we'll get to compare the last two rides of Fiona and of Taryn It Up King. Taryn, you know, more maneuvers. That was probably her best maneuver right there. Other than that, it was all really just safe surfing, you know, nothing really going for it until she went for that last one, but she couldn't complete it. So, you know, judges liking that one big completed turn from Fiona versus the few kind of safe turns from Taryn King.
So if I were competing in this event, I'd be taking a big note on that. To be able to see.
If you were competing, you'd be wearing a bikini.
Hey, I tell you what, Taryn's bikini sponsor probably loved that last ride.
Right. But, yeah, so that is a great note, Zane, to make note of that. Those quality turns on the outside are the ones being scored with more favor from the judges.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, it's fun to see. It kind of we could be our own little judges here, but it's nice to see the outcome.
I'll try. You think I should just jump right off again? Yeah, it's probably better to jump today than yesterday.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that kind of criteria began, you know, some years ago on the World Surfing Tour of rewarding, you know, it used to be 3 waves and guys would just, you know, milk it to the beach, not fall off and get the good score. You know, a guy would do a big snap on the outside and not get a very good score because it was only one turn. They kind of flipped that criteria on its head, and now it's more about the quality, which I think is better for the surfing, it's better for the spectators, and it definitely is better for all of those watching on the broadcast on immersedtv.com.
Makes it more challenging for the athletes. It pushes the sport to grow, I believe, too, because it really does put the athletes on their toes, and it makes them know that they need to put out risk if they want to be rewarded.
And with 20 seconds to go, Last exchange here for Taryn King and Fiona Wild.
Nice.
And Fiona carves a nice turn, goes up at the lip. You see how she's attacking that lip. And I think that's the difference of this heat right here. Taryn King, a lot of carving turns, but a lot of horizontal movement, whereas Fiona has been making it work vertically, and it has paid off. And Fiona Wild finishes strong, although we're going to stand by because that was the last exchange, and there's still just a one-wave separation of advancement for this heat. Taryn King was in second, needed a 6.5. Fiona Wild finished strong. Taryn King also finished very strong. So quarterfinal heat number 3 in the books, but stand by for the start of heat number 4.
What an awesome way for both of those girls to finish off the heat, though. I'm looking at them right now, giving a nice handshake and hug to each other out on the water. And some good sportsmanship and camaraderie there. But they both finished off the heat with a great wave ride. So no matter what the outcome is, at least they know they get to finish it off with a good ride. But, man, I have to say Fiona looked really on form this last end of the heat there.
Right there, just going right at the lip. I think the edge.
Oh, we're getting psychedelic there.
Little remix happening. But there's Taryn, there's Fiona making their way in. And shakas and smiles from both, as they both did very well. It was a very close heat. But it is Fiona Wild moving on to the semifinals. Congratulations. Fiona Wild in first, Taryn King in second.
Wow, what an exciting heat. I did not know who was gonna take that one from the beginning of the heat. Right now we're looking at Shakira Weston Webb. Sorry, not Weston Webb.
We're drifting over to
Westorp. That's what it is. Excuse me.
Wahine competition.
Yeah, I
of,
was thinking about
WSL competitors.
Yeah.
But, you see a ripping goofy foot with the name West in it. Of course, you're going to think of Weston Webb, Tatiana. But it's Shakira Westorp and Mariko Strickland-Lum competing here.
So an Oahu girl and a Aussie girl? Australia?
Yeah.
Australia.
So here we go. This is a replay of Shakira, and she cranks it off the top, and that's, that top-to-bottom surfing we were talking about, getting off the rail, trying to put it up into the lip.
So starboard teammate Shakira Westorp, she's on the Dream Team, riding the 7-1, my pro model at starboard. Looks like it's working good for her out there. It's looking alive in these conditions. So a quick ride there from Mariko Strickland, rider in white. So scores are on the board for both competitors now. We'll update you with the scores once we get them dropping. On the screen there, we see tearing it up King from South Africa. making it in from her heat there. Unfortunately, she did not advance through, but she finished off it with the top 9 position, starting off the year great.
Yeah, there's Taryn right there. Good job. And bows out in the quarterfinals. And you can watch this live on immersedtv.com. And better yet, send a text message to your friends and family who are in colder temperatures and tell them to tune in to immersedtv.com, and they'll be able to see what you're enjoying.
All right, we got Shakira, rider in red, up and riding. Oh, I love that second maneuver there, Rocky. That was a beautiful wrap, followed by another roundhouse. Really working that paddle transition with her rail transitions.
Shakira is shredding.
Yeah, she's looking really good. It's amazing to see the talent just rising every event through each athlete, and I think it just shows that the girls are hungry.
Well, and they're committed to performing better at their sport. They're committed to being the best that they can be. And each of them is kind of putting that commitment on display and getting the other ones fired up. That's for sure. I think it's a sport where you look across and you see someone doing turns like that.
Watch this second turn, though, Rocky. Rah.
And looking at little tail whip right there.
Yeah.
And even that bank into the whitewater was done with some aggression and some power. So Shakira putting the Aussie power surfing on display. And as you look at a big drop on the outside from Mariko Strickland-Lum, another one who has improved greatly over the last couple of years. She has been committed to taking her surfing to the next level.
Flying down the line.
Also a very accomplished racer is Mariko Strickland.
Yeah, she's very talented water woman. Long ride, man. Look at this. She's way down the line there. That was a nice long ride there. We'll see how the judges reward it.
She took that one to the next peak. Semi number 1, check in. Semi 1, check in. Izzy Gomez and Nicole Pacelli, check in. Last score for Shakira, an 8-1-7. Last of red, an 8-1-7. She has an 8-1-7 and a 6-8-3.
Wow.
Mariko Strickland in second. You need a 9-7-7 to go to first. White needs a 9-7-7.
Those are some high scores being posted up by Shakira Westorp there. What a great way to start off the heat with 17 and a half minutes remaining. That's a darn good start. Still plenty of time, though, for Mariko to take action and try and better her position and jump to the lead.
Well, and, watching Mariko through the earlier rounds, she really knows this wave well, and she can get those big scores. And she doesn't have to do it all at once. She just needs to better a 5.23 that she has, better that 3.33. She can get a pair of sevens and be right in there She doesn't need that 9 right off the bat. But, with 16 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, she has time to feel it out, get a few scores, maybe go for that big one if she can, but also knows that it doesn't take that 9.0. She can get a couple of 8s, couple of 7s, and still be in the mix with Shakira, who's got a total score of a 15.0. So she needs, Mariko needs a couple of 7.5s to even get tied up with Shakira. Shakira, by the way, looks very strong. 2 opening rides, 6.83, 8.17, wasting no time in getting straight to the point.
Most definitely. I think probably one of the better starts to the heat, actually, to this quarterfinal bracket. We have a little bit of a lull out on the water right now.
Why? Why don't we just go? The semi. So Izzy Gomez, Nicole Pacelli check in. We'll be going right into the semifinals. Izzy Gomez, Nicole Pacelli check in. We'll be going right into the semis. And here's Mariko Strickland. Good big drop. Just gets a little caught on the edge there, and then the wave fades away. So that will not be helping her that much. She needs that 9.77 at this point. She's got a 5.23 on the board already. If she wants to keep that 5.23, she'll have to get that 9.77. But if she wants to throw away that 5.23, she'll have to get a couple of 7s, maybe an 8 to throw in there to keep up with Shakira Westrup, who started off with a 6.83 and an 8.17. And that's, already that kind of puts Mariko behind the 8 ball when you're chasing those biggest scores.
Mm-hmm.
And, wow, Shakira, can't say enough about her. She came with a mission and is pulling it off right now.
Yeah, awesome performance there. 13 minutes, though. That's enough time to put a few scores on the board. It's amazing, though, how quickly these waves can just disappear. Some of them, as we saw that last ride, it was an overhead takeoff. Then within seconds, it just turned into a 1 foot kind of mush. As we see rider in red here, Shakira, or shredding Shakira. Is that what you're calling her, Rocky?
I just said Shakira was shredding, man.
Shakira was shredding.
Nicole Pacelli right there getting set. She's a former Stand-Up World Tour Women's World Champion. She'll be up against current and defending Women's World Champion Izzy Gomez. So that's going to be a really electric semifinal to get us going. And then Fiona Wilde will be waiting for the winner of this heat. And so far, Shakira is putting on a show like she wants it. And we'll see either Shakira or Mariko against Fiona Wilde in semi number 2. Josh, chance now. I had the flu on Monday and Tuesday.
Looks like Shakira is sprinting towards something over there. The girls are getting antsy. They want some waves to come through.
As we see the lovely scene at the Point Bar and Grill here at Turtle Bay Resort. White, you have priority. White, you have priority. White, you still need a 977. White, you need a 977 to go to first.
Just before we jumped off screen there, we saw Shakira sprinting towards the point for a wave. And what happens in that case is when the judges decide, or when they feel that you have committed to a wave, that's when you could lose your priority.
Right.
So that's what happened right there is, a little bit of pool romance. That's what happened right there.
Yeah, that was so lovely. You know, we're just about 9 days from Valentine's Day. And a good time for you to start thinking of your significant other. Or maybe that's someone you had your eye on to pose the inevitable question, will you be my Valentine?
I've been trying to find a Valentine to come to Dominican Republic with me.
Oh, man, that'll be I'll be your Valentine. I like go.
A little too much facial hair for my Valentine preference.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to do a little survey out during the stand-up paddle men's Sunset Beach Pro for Zane Schweitzer. As we see Shakira, just a quick in and out. Up and over, so that'll be a throwaway score. Here's Mariko Strickland. Important wave for her. Good crank and turn off the top. Going to go to this inside section. Looking for more. A lot of speed. Can she find that lip to hit? And just a couple of more carving turns. Floats over the last section. Keeps busy, does a really good job staying on the board. Not sure that'll get up into that 9.77 range. To get a 9.77, it would have to be the best wave we've seen all day. And I don't think that one was quite there, but it could be one of her better scores that could chip away at that deficit of a 9.77. And put her in a better position. We'll wait and see. 7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Shakira now with priority. And her wave of choice. We'll see if anything comes for Shakira to better her low wave of a 6.83. And here goes Shakira. Good bottom turn, cranking it on her backhand, really putting some energy into those turns. And then
Oh.
a beautiful
Oh.
cranking turn right there.
my
Completes it. Wow. Cranked that tail around and was virtually 180.
That was epic. That was the sickest turn I've ever seen from any of the women. Backside.
Wow.
That was
That's a
rad.
profound statement from Zane Schweitzer right there, avid competitor and starboard team rider. But you're right. You know, she really put that one on the rail. We're going to watch this replay.
She was going backwards there for a little bit. For a
Yeah.
backside turn for the women, that's definitely up there for one of the best maneuvers I've seen. So I think it's this next one maybe.
Yeah, it's coming up right here. She just goes, you know what?
Oh, you just see how her tail was facing towards the beach for a second.
Yeah,
there.
she was fully 180'd and then hung it and then spun it back around. So if that's going to be better than her 683, it even could be better than her 817. We don't know yet. But regardless, Mariko Strickland got her best wave. Her last score was a 6.1. White, your last score is 6.1. Stand by for the last score of red. Mariko, right now you need an 8.9. And Sue tuning in online saying, go Mariko, and here she goes.
Boom.
Up over the lip, can't come back down.
Somebody heard the live feed, it's like I got a Valentine now.
That last score for Shakira was a 717. So she does improve on her 683. Mariko Strickland, you now need a 924. White, you now need a 924. So Shakira Westorp is pulling out everything from her tricks up her sleeve. 817 and a 717. 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. And Mariko Strickland in second needs a 924.
All right, we got a big shout out to all of our Australian viewers out there supporting Shakira Westorp out there. So Shakira, you got a lot of support from the Aussie crowd tuning in to immersetv.com, watching the live feed and all the action here. Stoked to have Immerse TV partner with the Waterman League, providing us with a way for all our friends and followers to keep up with all the action.
Yeah, and have something to do on a Friday afternoon and watch some live surfing action from the North Shore, from Turtle Bay Resort. There's the poolside scene right there.
Maybe a good way to warm up the eyes to the LED screen for Sunday.
Yeah.
Super Bowl Sunday coming up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you guys have plans for that as well. I'm not really cheering on anybody. I kind of like to just go with the underdogs.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's going to be a great game regardless.
So this is the last heat of our quarterfinal bracket. We'll be moving right into the semifinals after this, where we'll be seeing Izzy Gomez and Nicole Pacelli. And we got waves stacking out the back. Look at the screen here. We have Ryder in white milking this first wave of the set. Really staying busy. She's very aggressive on this wave, looking alive, looking hungry. And she's just getting turn after turn so far.
So Shakira, just a quick up and down, and that'll be not one of her top two. Getting back on her board to head back out. 1 minute, 40 seconds. Mariko still needs a 9.24. Semi number 1 on deck. And here's Mariko right here. 2 turns already, coming to the inside section. Finishes with another turn right there, still going. That was actually a replay. And here goes Shakira. Good carving turn right there on her backhand. Good paddle transfer.
Yeah, you got about 5 minutes. 30. There you go, replay from Shakira. Beautiful backhand. I'm really loving Shakira's style on her backhand. She's definitely picking up her skill level from the last time I saw her out here.
Well, and quite an aggressive backhand surfing style where, it's looking for that section to hit, not waiting for anything, really getting after it,
Yeah, boy.
All right, here we go. That is the start of semifinal heat number 1. We'll have current world champion Izzy Gomez up against former world champion Nicole Pacelli.
That's brutal.
The girls working hard on the pool deck, getting the goods delivered to all of our guests here. Semifinal number 1 is on and underway. Semifinal number 2. Let's get you guys checked in. Fiona Wild will be up against Shakira Westorp. So 2 Very, very competitive semifinal heats. Here's Izzy Gomez, your current women's world champion. Surfing with purpose here, slashing up on the lip right there.
That's the word I wanted to use too, slashing.
Mm-hmm. So it'll be a quick turnaround for Shakira. Good job, Shakira. And get some water, and then we'll get you checked in. Shakira, you'll be in the white. And we'll see you back out there shortly. We have 24 minutes remaining in this heat, just underway. And the replay of Izzy Gomez.
Make an announcement?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Get two boards over there, yeah? Yeah. No, I'm just going to come grab them.
Okay. Mahalo. All right, just a reminder to the competitors left in the event, please keep your equipment in the riders area. We don't want to have our equipment scattered around the pool area or the resort area. So if all the riders can grab their equipment and bring it into the riders area where we have the tents, that would be greatly appreciated by the Turtle Bay staff.
Here we go. That's Nicole Pacelli. Nice looking little wave right there. It's going to have some more opportunity on the inside. And a big drop on the outside for Izzy Gomez.
Slam.
Cranking it on the rail. But just that one turn.
All right, we got a shout out to a good friend of ours, Alina Arisaka.
All right.
She's sending her aloha and wishing she could be here competing. She couldn't make it out here this year, but she's here in spirits and wanted to say a big aloha, and I'm sure she's cheering on her friends, Izzy Gomez and Nicole Pacelli in this heat. As we see replay of Rider in White, Nicole's last wave. really leaning over the paddle there, utilizing that paddle as somewhat of a third leg and balancing stick.
Yeah, a little bit of leverage for Nicole Pacelli being implemented there as we see Izzy Gomez.
Boom, nice.
Carves a nice one right there. She's going to try to make more of this one than her last one. Gets 2 turns already. Oh, just the back foot slips off, and
man.
she goes down.
That was looking like a really good wave. Too bad she kind of came unstuck a little on that finishing maneuver, but Izzy is looking very on form, surfing great.
And Izzy banging it a couple of times off the lip before she goes down. So scores coming in. Last score of Nicole Pacelli was a 6.5. Here's Izzy live action again up and riding. And finds a speedy inside section for cranking another carving turn. And Izzy Gomez, her last score was a 7.33. Standing by for the last wave of red. Nicole Pacelli, you're in second. White, you are in second. White, you need a 4.84. White, you need a 4.84. But we are standing by for that last wave of red. And here's red's last wave. Took off on the inside midsection, but did some pretty good carves. And found a nice fast section on the inside for a good power turn right there.
There we have another starboard athlete. Fiona Wild making her way out into the water for her semifinal number 2 heat. The Dream Team is having a strong contingency so far for these later heats in this bracket. Yeah, I think so. It's a custom.
Last score for red was a 6.17. White, you're in second. You now need a 7.01. White, you need a 7.01 to go to first. 16 minutes remaining. Lovely scene, poolside. Turtle Bay Resort on Oahu's fabled North Shore. Come out and pay us a visit. And we have all kinds of fun stuff to do out here as we see Izzy Gomez. Just a quick in and out right there, not one of her top two. White, you do have priority. White still with priority, needing a 7:01, 11 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Here we go. Here's Nicole Pacelli. And Nicole, good opening carve right there, getting started. Coming off the bottom and finds that second section for turn number 2. And a cut back, and then Izzy Gomez cranks a turn for her opening maneuver. And her 6th scoring wave, so she's been staying busy as far as wave count. And then a good highline turn on the inside. Rebound off the whitewater.
Well, great exchange between the two women there. That's going to be fun to see what the outcome of scores are. We're winding down with 9.5 minutes remaining. 9.5 minutes remaining, girls. At the moment, we have Izzy Gomez in the lead. We're still waiting on the last two scores, but at the moment, we have Izzy Gomez in the lead and Nicole Pacelli in second, needing a 7.01 to take the lead.
Last score for white, an 8.1. Last score for red, an 8.5. Red, you're in first. White, you're still in second. White, you need a 7.74. White, you need a 7.74. 6 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Correction, 4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes. So that last exchange, both girls getting excellent scores. Izzy with the slight edge and keeps the lead over Nicole Pacelli.
Beautiful opening maneuver there from Nicole Pacelli. Nice. So that's what the judges are looking for. A good opening maneuver and a good closing maneuver. With 2 minutes remaining, that's, I think, good direction for Nicole. But she's looking for a 7.74. So we'll see what the judges reward her with after that ride.
She's got two good scores on the board, a 6.5 and an 8.1, but still matching up against Izzy's 8.5 and 7.33. Nicole Pacelli still's got her work cut out for her. And now less than a minute. Last score for Nicole Pacelli, a 5.5. Not enough. She still needs a 7.74. So white, you are still in second. You need a 7.74. And there's Nicole not in the position to catch a wave. Still paddling back out from her last wave. And Izzy is going to finish the heat with a good cranking turn off the top. Comes down into that next section with a good hard carving cutback. All right, and that is the end of the heat. So unofficially, Izzy Gomez going into the final. Nicole Pacelli finishing in second. And those results actually are official. So Izzy Gomez, congratulations, going to the final. And semi number 2 underway. Here we go. Here's Shakira. She had a very successful quarterfinal heat, getting a total score of 15 points out of 20. Gets off to a quick start here.
Stand-up race, swim race, running race, surf ski race, OC1. Here we go. Fiona Wild working her forehand with a beautiful opening maneuver there. Surfing very smooth, looking great on her starboard sup 2016 board with an epic closing maneuver there. That's what you want. Little exclamation mark to finish off the ride, and she'll be making her way back out to the lineup as Shakira on the outside will be looking to spot out a set and hopefully utilize that priority. I know, huh?
Score still coming in for Fiona Wild and Shakira Westrup. And we are just a few minutes in
I know, I can't get it right.
to this heat. Here's red. That is Fiona Wild. Cranks a turn and has another section to work with.
All right, we got people tuning in from all over the world to keep up with these last few heats of the Turtle Bay Pro. I want to give a shout out to Waterman League's own Stuart Howelli.
Yeah, Stewie.
Yeah, Stewie. So Stuart, watching from, I believe that would be the UK. Yeah, aloha from the North Shore, Stuart. We miss you over here. Thanks for sending your aloha. We'll send you some warm winds from here.
Yeah, we'll try that for sure. They could use it.
Maddie, have you not been checking your Switch Sports email? Yeah, check all my emails. I sent you somebody on Saturday, January 23rd, a guy named Rodrigo. Yeah, I talked to him and his wife. Talked to his wife. Recently? 2 days ago. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this was from 2 days ago. Yeah. But when you see me stuff like that, and it's only to them, I don't reply all. I just reply. Yeah. They just, no, I just saw an old message from him that I didn't see.
Here's White. Shakira getting busy on this midsection of the wave. And get some speed on the inside and carving back to the whitewater. She kicks out.
Yep.
First score for Red. First score was a 6.67. First of Red, a 6.67.
She's coming over.
Second score of Red, a 0.5. First score of Shakira, a 4.17. Last score of Shakira in White, a 4.67. White, you're in first. Red, you're in second. Red, you need a 2.17. Red needs a 2.17 to go to first. 16 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
All right, and here we have Fiona Wild, rider in red, with a big re-entry. Well, trying to re-enter there, but did something called poke taco, little nosedive. So now we have rider in white, Shakira from Australia, working her backhand with some smooth carves. And that's what she was looking for, that finishing maneuver, nice and vertical, and she stuck it off. That's that exclamation mark that we're looking for. All right, so joining me here at the commentating booth, we have Tearing It Up, Tearing It Up King from South Africa. Taryn, how'd it go for you out there today?
Oh, it was so good. The waves were so fun, and to share it with one other person was really amazing.
Awesome, unreal. Yeah, you were killing it out there. Really love how smooth you're surfing, and that's a great start to the year for 2016.
Yeah, super stoked. Yesterday I was off to a bit of a rocky start. Yeah, just couldn't find the right waves, and I never surfed here before. Today was much better. I got into a rhythm, got some waves, and yeah, that first bit of that quarterfinal heat, I thought I was making it through, and then just couldn't find another high-scoring wave. But yeah, I was stoked for Fiona. She surfed really well.
Yeah, and you know what? In these conditions, Rocky and I were talking on how challenging it could be to get used to these currents and the ever-changing waves out here. And being able to spend a little bit of time on the water and get comfortable at a place like this is important. So hearing from you, it sounded like you learned a lot from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps to get in the water quite a bit before you surf a spot. And it was unfortunately really big the couple of days before, so I was unable to get in the water. But yesterday I learned a lot. I learned that the wave fades very quickly. So you got to be in the critical section at the foam all the time. And
follow that apex.
Yeah, definitely. So that helped me a lot today. And yeah, I had a lot of fun and really enjoyed it.
And your debut for myself and some of the Hawaiian contingency was at ISA last year. We all met each other there, and I think we were all very impressed with you and the South African team surfing.
Yeah,
and since then, you're picking up your abilities. But why don't you walk us through this wave of Fiona's?
Oh, yeah, Fiona's just shredding it. I mean, that's a good one to start off with. She's staying in the pocket, which is good. It's very important to stay off the pocket.
It can be easy to run away from the power zone.
Yeah, for sure.
But Fiona, she's been doing a really great job. She's surfing great this event. She's spent a lot of time out in the water here at this venue.
She has, and I think also her racing's like super good, and it definitely helps to stay fit. I mean, out there, it's really difficult. A lot of paddling. You got to keep your cardio up for sure. So I think that also plays a huge role, and she's a good water woman all around.
Actually, why don't we touch on that a little bit? What size board are you riding? And maybe explain to some of the riders how hard it could be to perform maneuvers like this that we see Fiona doing on the replay on boards this small.
Yeah, so I'm riding a 7.3, 24 and 3/4 at the moment, and it's going really well. It's a little bit tricky. Out here it was a bit tricky because it's a lot of water moving around off the reef and that, but once you're on the wave, it helps a lot. I mean, obviously the smaller the board, the narrower the board, the more you can maneuver it and really hit the section. So my board's working really well for me, and yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
It sure looks like it's working good under your feet. I mean, I really love how smooth your rail transitions are, and there's a few girls, there's a select few that really show power in their turns and really show utilization of burying the rail.
Yeah.
And I really love to watch you and another rider, Shakira. So we're watching Shakira here on screen. She had a little spill there.
Yeah.
But for you, where do you find your inspiration for stand-up paddle surfing? Where are you finding your, I guess, that little... Where do you go to maybe find inspiration? Do you have a few athletes that you watch, or?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all the girls, especially, I mean, last year compared to this year to last year, it's crazy. The competition has just stepped up to a whole new level. And I mean, from round one, it's so hard to get through the heat. So, I mean, definitely all the girls, obviously Izzy, Shakira, Baya, Fiona, all of them just absolutely shred. And it definitely helps that when you come to events like this, you all push each other, which is really good. And I mean, Tom, my husband, he's another one that inspires me so much. I obviously watch him surf all the time, and we're always surfing together, and he really helps me a lot. So, yeah.
I was waiting for you to say Tom. I was like, oh, watch out. But yeah, your husband Tom is unreal sup surfer from South Africa as well, and it's been really cool to watch the South African crew come out and really make a statement in the surf and stand-up paddle world. We'll touch back on that after this ride from Shakira.
Just going down.
And yeah, we had a double go down there. Both riders, they're gonna make it back out in the lineup quickly as they didn't ride the wave too far in. But as I was saying, the South African contingency has really been making a statement in both the surfing and stand-up paddle world. A really good friend of mine, Matt Bromley, stays at my house every year and comes to surf Pe'ahi, wave in our backyard. And So that's an example of, I guess for me, I haven't really seen many South African surfers charging big waves.
Yeah.
And he came and visited last year, and this year he brought along like 6 other friends, and they were all just completely dominating out there. So it's cool to see all the Safas?
The Safas.
The Safas just killing it. And I think you're definitely leading the charge for the women out there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us up here, Taryn. You want to say a shout out to any fans and followers?
I'd love to say a shout out to all my friends and family back home. You guys have all been following me and watching me, and super stoked. And to my mom, my dad, and Gary, and my grandparents, my uncle, thank you so much. And a special shout out to my husband. Of course, I couldn't be here, and I wouldn't be doing this without him. So super stoked to be here.
All right. You could feel the aloha there. Feel the love. Thank you, Taryn. Awesome. Good work. Good work out there. And as we see up and riding, Fiona Wild looking for that end section slam. And she got the slam section, but didn't stay quite on top of the board after coming out of it. Now we're looking at about 9 minutes remaining. So 9 minutes remaining, riders. In the lead, we have Fiona Wild with the 7.77 and a 6.67. Just behind her, we have Shakira Westorp with a 6.5 and a 4.67. So Shakira, rider in white, you're going to need a 7.94 to take the lead. You have about 8 minutes remaining. Late takeoff.
Wow, look at that for Shakira. She gets into it. Cranks a nice turn on the rail. Smooth paddle transfer. Big roundhouse cut back. And you get one more little section right there. Bangs it off the top. And completes it with the little quick claim action.
I like the steez there. Some style at the end.
Yeah.
I hear some of her cheerleaders, her fans cheering her on from the point, or from the peanut gallery, as I like to call it.
Yep.
It's such an epic venue here. I mean, to be able to sit up right on the point and have the action right there in front of you, literally a pebble throw away.
Yeah, they're looking right down on the action, and good job of getting into this wave. A little bit of a roll in from the outside and a smooth, hard carving turn right there. Gets this cut back all the way back into the white water, and then finishes right here with a good bash off the top. Last score for White, an 8.33. Last of White, 8.33. White, you go to first. Red, you're now in second. Red, you need a 7.07.
So you can see how quickly that happens. 1 minute ago, we were saying, Shakira, you need was a high 7 or something.
Yeah.
And now, 1 minute later, she got a wave and she made it to the top. So now we're looking at Fiona in second, rider in red. Fiona, you need a 7.07 to get back into the lead. So at the moment, we have Shakira Westorp in first with an 8.33 and a 6.5. Fiona, you have a 7.77 and a 6.67. You need a 7.07 to take the lead. With 6.5 minutes remaining, a lot is possible.
Hey, how's it from Italy? Lorenzo, thank you for watching. Ciao. And great to have you joining us on immersedtv.com. And here we go. This is Fiona Wild looking for that 7.07. That wave just fading out into the channel at Turtle Bay here, so not too much of a critical section for her to work with. Under 6 minutes remaining.
Oh, you can see Shakira mastering the Filipino squat. That's one of my favorite moves while waiting for a wave patiently out the back. Just kind of squat down on the board, get a low center of gravity. You're actually still standing on the board with the feet flat. The butt is not touching the board, but it's low, lowering your center of gravity, maximizing the stability and balance. Looks like we have another situation change, Rocky. Wow, exciting. Blow for blow once again. So Fiona Wild, rider in red. Your last score coming out, 7.17. So that puts you into the lead. Fiona, you're now in first. You're winning by .11. Shakira, you currently are in second. You need a 6.61. So Shakira, you have an 8.33 and a 6.5. You need a 6.61 to take the lead.
And here goes Shakira. She's going to power her way into this one. Carving down the line. Cuts back into the white water. Another paddle stab into a roundhouse cutback. And lays back into the white water, but does not complete that turn. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Red, you have priority. And here's a replay. She barely gets into it and then goes down the line for that first hard carving turn. Last score for White was a 3.0, not enough. White, you still need a 6.61. Red, you have priority. 2 minutes. 2 minutes remaining.
We are really winding down. This is the last heat of the semis. We're going to be crowning a champion of the Turtle Bay Pro here very soon.
Yeah, Izzy Gomez is in the final waiting for one of these two competitors. And Fiona passes that wave up.
Yeah, she wants it. Sounds like bees.
Doug, you want a drone?
This is the last one, yeah. There's 1.5 minute remaining.
Here we go, White. Oh, and White had a chance right there. Dug her rail and went down. And Shakira Westerop with that possible final opportunity to make the finals. Fiona Wild just patiently waiting for something that she can get a high score on and maybe put the nail in the coffin. And yes, Andre, you are right. The ladies are ripping. Thumbs up from all of us here watching the semifinal, the Turtle Bay Women's Pro.
And there we have it. That finishes up heat number 2 of the semifinal. I believe we're going to take a short break between the final.
So we're going to get Fiona back in, and we'll be on standby for the start of the women's final. We'll get Fiona in. We'll get her hydrated.
25-minute break.
We'll have a 30-minute final coming up for Izzy Gomez and Fiona Wild. And Brian Bielman, Todd, and Pohaku. We do have your lunches, so come on in. Brian, Todd, and Pohaku, come on in. We have your lunches. We'll be taking a short break, and we'll come back for the final from right here at Turtle Bay for the Turtle Bay Women's Pro with Izzy Gomez versus Fiona Wild.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guys. No off the rocks. Security is watching. No off the rocks. Security is requesting no off the rocks. All right, girls, we'll get you checked in for the finals. Izzy Gomez and Fiona Wild, please check in. Izzy Gomez, Fiona Wild, check in and grab your jerseys and paddle out for your 30-minute final. Okay, girls. Izzy Gomez, Fiona Wild, get your jerseys and check in. Go ahead out. 30 minutes. And non-competitors, please catch your last wave now and come in. Non-competitors, please exit the water. Mahalo. Okay, girls, we're just a couple minutes to the start. We are getting very close to the start. Hold your positions once you get to the lineup. Here we go, counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, ikahi. All right, and the first wave is white up and riding. That's Shakira Westorp. And sorry, that is Fiona Wild. So it's Fiona Wild in the white and Izzy Gomez in the red.
Probably a smart choice for Fiona there. Decide to dip out and look for something to start the heat off with a good rhythm. And I think that's really important to kind of find your feet in the wax and start off your heat with a nice rhythm. And if you're not starting off with a nice rhythm, sometimes I like to just sit down and reset, take a few breaths. But right now is we have 30 minutes ahead of us. White up and riding on her second ride, first completed ride. Surfing nice and smooth through this flat section, really showing that she's being patient for the power. And here she comes into that end section, smack. That's a great completed ride. It's nothing super special, but it's a score on the board.
It's a confidence booster, momentum builder, all that good stuff. And Fiona busting onto the scene in the racing as well. And just our last Turtle Bay final here in October, she defeated all of the women by a wide margin of 8+ minutes. And from Turtle Bay all the way down to Haleiwa, there she is on the replay. Also battles diabetes at a young age and has to really watch what she takes in as far as her diet. So she's very conscious of keeping herself in top form and does a good job on that opening ride to complete her first wave and get a score on the board and put some pressure on Izzy Gomez, the current world champion.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure Fiona feels good to start off with a good start. You know, it always is good to kind of get into rhythm soon on and be the first one to kind of put the score on the board.
Yeah, get a little confidence going and put some pressure on your competitor to kind of top that score. Margarita says, how's it? To Izzy Gomez. And that's Izzy Gomez's biggest Italian fan watching from abroad. And here's Izzy right here, carving a nice turn into the pocket. And some more pumps down the line as she looks for a solid reform section. Maybe the wave might steepen up again on the inside.
Smaller wave, but she sure is milking this thing. And, you know, a few of those turns were so buttery and just solid. You know, you could see her back leg planted and her back knee bent with that front leg out kind of straight, just driving around through her turn. Really nice style there for Izzy. So now we both have a score on the board for Fiona and Izzy. So there's that smooth carve I was talking about. Little extra time in this final. Give the girls an extra 5 minutes to have some fun out there and see what the ocean can throw at them. Well, looks like Fiona started off with a great ride. So Fiona, your first ride, a 6.5 and a 0.43. So Fiona, you are now in the lead. Izzy, we're still waiting for your rides. We're still waiting for Izzy's rides to tally up. We'll update you as soon as we have score updates. And this just in, 5.33 for Izzy's wave. So we still have Fiona Wild in the lead. Izzy, you're looking at a 5.33. You're going to have to better your score, and you're looking for a 1.61 to better your overall score. So we're 2 waves to take that count.
And each surfer with their first significant score on the board, and Fiona Wild gets the edge. The 6.5 of her second wave, better than Izzy Gomez's opening ride of a 5.33. Fiona Wild's first wave was just a 0.43, so that's not going to be factoring in coming down the stretch. So the significant scores, Fiona gets the edge with that 6.5. Beautiful poolside here at Turtle Bay Resort, right next to the ocean, the best of both worlds. Always a cool breeze blowing through to keep you just at the right temperature, getting soaking up some vitamin D right here on the pool deck, watching the waves, enjoying the poolside with the great service of the Point Bar and Grill. Here's Izzy Gomez, just a quick in and out. White had priority. So Fiona takes it, uses it. Oh, she goes down. A possible opportunity to extend her lead and not able to make much of that right there. So fortunately for Izzy Gomez, now with priority, she is still right in there to possibly get a big score and take the lead. Only needs a small score of a 2.11 to go back to first.
You kind of see some strategy there from Izzy, though. She knew she wasn't in priority, but still wanted to put a little bit of pressure on Fiona there. And Fiona, who knows?
Fiona went thinking maybe she should hold her off. Watch it right here. Izzy's giving it a good paddle. And then Fiona's like, wait, no, I want this one.
And that might have thrown her off here for this first one.
Yeah, a little remix off the top right there.
All right, now we have Izzy looking for this wave. Now she's in priority, so if she wants it, she's got it.
And there she goes.
Ooh,
good
beautiful.
Hard slash right there, and then carves it back to the white water. And you can see her starting to put some of those power turns into play right here.
Oh, wow.
Incomplete there, however. But for the moment, that should be enough to get Izzy into first place, only needing a 2.11.
We have Fiona looking to possibly call back, but decides to not go for that one. Doesn't want to waste her priority on that one. She decides maybe have something with a little more of an open face out in front of her. And here she goes. Nice starting maneuver there. Wrapping back into the whitewash. And now she's going to hope for a little end section here. We'll see if she gets it. For all the spectators out there poolside watching the action, feel free to introduce yourself to these athletes. All the women here are real friendly. They won't bite.
Last score of Izzy Gomez was an 8.5. So last score for red, 8.5. White, you're now in second. White, you need a 7.34. White, you need a 7.34. 19 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
That's a score in the near excellent range.
Yeah.
And imagine if she wouldn't have fallen on that last turn.
Yeah, she was on her way to possibly even better scoring, but she did enough in the beginning of that wave to put it up in the excellent range. And here's Fiona's last wave. Good jam right under the lip for turn number one, and then kind of slows down on the inside section. All right, here's red Izzy Gomez. And Izzy up and riding with this little steep section for a good hard carving turn on the rail. Gets a lot of speed right there for her next roundhouse cutback. And then lays another one down. Still going way on the inside. She kicks out. Last score for Fiona Wild. Last of White, a 5.73. White, you're still in second. You need a 7.34. White, you're in second. You need a 7.34. 17 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
Who? Can we see it here?
Last score for Izzy Gomez, a 5.0, not one of your top two. Red, you're still in first. White, you're in second. White, you need a 7.34, 16 minutes remaining.
So for a lot of surfing contests around the world, this would be the average time for a heat, 15 minutes. With the World Tour and the Waterman League, most of our heats are 25 minutes. 20 to 25, and the final is usually 30.
Yeah, so we gave the girls their ample enough time to catch their two best waves and battle back and forth with priority and with their scoring, and we've seen it going back and forth early on. And White has priority, so she's going to use it here. So Fiona Wild up and riding. Nice drop right there.
Ooh.
Hooks it right in the curl, and it comes around for a little roundhouse cutback, and then she kicks out, not finding much more. Here's Izzy.
Wow. Beautiful rides here. Nice slashing turn, hoping for a setup for the next maneuver, but decides the wave was not going to provide it. So there you go. That's a good reading of the wave by Izzy there. She decides to make it back out and hopefully regain priority. And big aloha and mahalo to everybody watching online.
Yep, immersedtv.com.
We really appreciate your guys' support and the women here, and I'm sure you guys are enjoying the action from wherever you may be. I love that first turn from Fiona's last wave. We're watching the replay here on the live feed. And it wasn't much of a ride, but that first turn was nice.
Yeah, she really put it up there into that critical section, and only one turn, and the wave died out pretty quickly. Wham! So Izzy Gomez putting a power turn out right off the bat.
Yeah, beautiful surfing by both riders in this heat. This is, this is going to be this is probably the two younger females that I would like to see in a final for the stand-up world tour for the girls. These two have been just completely dominating over the years, and it's amazing to see them really blossom because both of them are under 20.
Yeah.
I mean, that first turn right there, that's a 16-year-old girl. And she's just starting her career here. And then Fiona, I believe she's 18.
Yep.
Both of the starboard team. So this is a starboard final right here.
It is a starboard final.
The dream team representing well. Fighting against each other this time.
$12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. 12:40 remaining. We're standing by for last score of red. Red, you're in first. White, you are in second. White, you need a 7-3-4. Red, standing by for your last score. $11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Well, no surprise to anyone who is familiar with the Women's World Tour to see our two-time world champion, Izzy Gomez, in the final. Fiona Wild, she battled past a very, very on-point Shakira Westorp in the semifinal to get here to the final, and is starting off her 2016 with a great final appearance here against Izzy Gomez. And last score of red was a 5.87. Last of red, a 5.87. You're in the lead. White, you now need a 7.88. White, you now need a 7.88 with 10:40 on the clock. So Izzy just takes it up another little notch and betters her low wave of a 5.33 with that 5.87. And then puts just that much little bit more pressure on Fiona Wild, who needs now a 7.88.
There we see Izzy Gomez's coach, Uncle Brian there, keeping an eye on her. This is a good time to save your energy and take a breath while the ocean is on a lull, as we call it in surfing terminology. A lull is when a little bit of a break, when there's a little bit of a break in between waves.
Yeah, there's some time to wait in between waves. Contemplate what you're going to try to do on your next wave. Maybe think about the score that you need, the score that you need to improve on, those kinds of things. You don't want to think too much out there, but there are definitely moments of waiting when the ocean is calm and need to have those waves coming in to get them opportunities on the way. Time remaining 8 minutes, 40 seconds, 8:40 remaining.
There we go. In about 10 minutes here, we might already know who the champion is for the Turtle Bay Pro. Usually they like to let us stand on our tippy toes, though, and let us hang around as they tally it up.
Yeah, with these live scoring nowadays, it's hard to keep those kinds of secrets. The element of surprise on the podium is a thing of the past.
I tell you what, though, the girls are going to feel anticipation all the way until the beach.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful day.
You see the little kids playing in the pool. We've got moms and dads and all kinds of folks hanging out.
Speaking of
good
kids,
vacation times.
do we have a Nakamakai coming up next few days here?
Yeah, I believe we're going to try to get underway with some Nakamakai Junior competition tomorrow, maybe, is a possibility.
Unreal. I always love to watch the Nakamakai event here at the Waterman League and see what kind of new talent is coming into the sport.
The next generation. Six minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
Here we go. The lull is over. I see sets now. Looks like maybe 3 or 4 waves out the back. The girls are paddle battling, nipping at each other's heels here. So they don't want to paddle battle too hard into the wave because they're going to lose priority if the judges decide you're committed.
And looks like Izzy's going to let Fiona have this one. And Fiona, little check turn off the top. Got to get a lot of speed down the line for this one.
I love that tight frame there.
Got to the open face. Finds that solid inside section.
That was a great wave.
It looks. Here's Izzy Gomez. She's putting it more on the rail. It seems when you're gonna
Yep.
compare turn for turn. Fiona looks like she just doesn't want to fall, and Izzy looks like she's really trying to crank her turn. So that was a great wave right there for Izzy Gomez, and she's just pouring it on. Fiona Wild is going to have an uphill battle to overtake Izzy at this point with 5 minutes remaining. It's going to be another good score coming in for Izzy, another decent, okay score coming in for Fiona, just because I think what we talked about earlier, Zane, and pushing that level, attacking the lip, to me, we'll watch Fiona right here. It just looks like she's trying to do enough not to fall. And, she's doing very well. She's an incredible athlete, and all props to her. But those kinds of turns right there compared to Izzy's hard carving turns, I think is where the difference is so far in this final.
I mean, just by the amount of water that's getting lifted out the back of the wave, you
Right.
could really see the force of Izzy's rail and fins
Like
lifting
that right
water
there.
up out of the wave.
Again, with that power gouge right there. And then she works it all the way to the inside and goes up in the lip, floats over, and comes down with a clean, very nice completed wave.
Very aggressive attacking maneuvers there. And there we see that some of the peanut gallery there. Brother Jeffrey and his younger brother and
You guys are
some
on
of the
TV.
Maui crew. Burnt Rodiger as well there in the crew. Oh, yeah, they're just enjoying the action. Looks like Laura Clayton there on the ground as well with her Maui Gym shades on. She's hiding from me. But, yeah, that's the future right there on your screen. Next generation.
Last score of Izzy Gomez, a 7.77.
Woo.
Red, you're in first. White, you are in second. She just went under a wave. White, you're in second. White, standing by for your last score. 3 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Last score of White, a 6.0. White, you're in second. You need a 9.77. White in second needs a 9.77.
So
Red,
Fiona-
you're in first.
Oh, excuse me, Rocky. Sorry to overlap you there. Saying it looks like Fiona bettered her backup score with that
She did.
6.0. Still needing a very large score. Fiona looking at a near excellent score, 9.77 to take over the lead with just 2.5 minutes remaining. It's possible, but that's gonna be gonna need to take some lining up of a great wave with excellent scoring opportunities.
It would have to be the best score that we've seen all day for Fiona to come up with that score. It's very possible. And with 2 minutes remaining, she's getting less and less time to find that special wave. But Izzy Gomez has an 8.5 and a 7.77. And that is 16.27 total. Fiona Wild has a 6.5 and a 6.0, which is, still pretty good scoring. It's just that she is running into a very focused and well-prepared Izzy Gomez.
Oh, yeah. Looks like Izzy Gomez looking to pick off this wave. Oh, that would have been a awesome turn if she would have been able to follow through with that that layback maneuver. sometimes having the paddle there, and if you utilize it at the right time, you could recover from those maneuvers. But looks like just barely coming unstuck out of that one. So 30 seconds remaining, guys. 30 seconds remaining. Winding down.
No, we could make it happen for him. Probably too young for stand-up paddle. It would be more of just like a tandem surf.
All right, and counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there you go. Izzy throwing her fists up. She's stoked. She from the last scoring updates, she knows she took the win. Great riding from both athletes all the way through from heat 1 of round 1. Or excuse me, from round 1.
Yeah, yeah. They both had a long, hard battle to get here to the final, and even today surfing a few times each. But Fiona Wild came up a little bit short, finishes in second place, but she still did a great job making the final. And of course, congratulations to current world champion, defending world champion,
She's
Izzy
stoked.
Gomez.
She's completely stoked.
She will win the first event of the 2016 Stand-Up Paddle World Tour.
All
and
right.
She is very, very happy, to say the least. And we'll hear a bit from Izzy Gomez during the awards, and that'll be coming up shortly. So we'll get our competitors back up to the awards area, and we'll do our presentation. And, well, that'll be coming up soon.
Well, you guys, thanks so much for tuning in. Make sure to stick around for a few more minutes and cheer these girls on the podium. For those online at the live feed, thank you guys for touching base and following the action. In just a few minutes here, we're going to have all the girls lined up and get presented their awards.
Izzy Gomez making her way back in. And gets a good start to
Maddie. Here, I'll take it. Thank you. What's our room number? 267. Thank you.
So Izzy gets off to a great start as the defending women's world champion, and already taking the lead into 2016, gunning for her unprecedented third women's world championship.
Oh, there's alcohol in here.
And Izzy hits the beach. We'll have her come up here for the awards presentation. Stay tuned on immersedtv.com.
Online viewers and spectators around Turtle Bay, stick around. We're going to be bringing all the females up here and awarding them, crowning our Turtle Bay champion. If we could get James Casey and Bent Rodiger to come report to the judges' tent, it would be much appreciated. Thank you, guys. All right, you guys, we're back with some action. If we could have Shakira and Nicole Pacelli, please come up here. Shakira Westorb and Nicole Pacelli, please come and report to the judges' tent.
Okay.
All right, you guys, we're coming close to the award ceremony. Let's get equal third up to the podium. Shakira Westorb and Nicole Pacelli. And we're going to throw to Rocky Cannon and Izzy Gomez.
Hey, thanks, Zane. I'm here with Izzy right after your win. Turtle Bay Pro, rough conditions yesterday. Coming into today, just about as good as it can get on the point. How do you feel right now?
I'm feeling really good. I've been doing this event for 4 years, and I've never won it, so I'm really stoked right now. And yeah, yesterday I kind of had a rough start, and I just wasn't really in rhythm, but today I felt pretty good, and I woke up feeling good, and yeah.
Well, we're going to get some awards underway, but Izzy, congratulations. You did very well. Anybody you want to give a shout out to in this victory here at Turtle Bay?
Yeah, I just like to thank my sponsors, Starboard, GoPro, Red Bull, and my coach, Uncle Brian. He's amazing, and I owe it all to him for this one. And my friend Greg, photographer, and he's amazing, always there for me. And my mom, my brother, and my family, and everyone here that made this event possible. So thank you.
Right on, Izzy. Congratulations, and we'll see you again very soon.
All right, there you have it. Turtle Bay Pro champion. Mahalo, Rocky Cannon. Mahalo, Izzy. Once again, if we could get all the finalists to report. Shakira Westorp from Australia, Nicole Pacelli from Brazil, Fiona Wild, and Izzy Gomez. We're going to get going here real soon.
All right, Zane, thank you very much. And we do have them here. And our semifinalists, they battled through tough conditions yesterday, all the way through today, nearly making the finals. Please give it up for our equal third participants, Nicole Pacelli and Shakira Westorp. And now for our runner-up in second place. She also battled all the way to the final. Please put your hands together for the awesome Fiona Wild. And they're gonna get the shower. And to our champion, who we just heard from, we're going to bring her back up on to the podium here. Couldn't ask for a much better scene and a bit of scenery for this #1 event of the 2016 Stand-Up Paddle World Tour. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for your champion, Izzy Gomez. All right, so from the awards area here at Turtle Bay Resort, congratulations to all of our top finishers. Our third place girls, Nicole Pacelli and Shakira Westorp, excellent job. Our runner-up, Fiona Wild, and our champion, Izzy Gomez. Stay tuned for the men's action coming your way next week at Sunset Beach. Zane Schweitzer, back to you in the booth, brother.
All right, you guys, mahalo Rocky, mahalo all the competitors traveling from countries abroad and neighboring islands such as Kauai, Maui, and here on Oahu. Mahalo Waterman League and Turtle Bay Resort. Mahalo everybody tuning in and watching the live feed. Aloha, ahui ho. Stay tuned for the action at the Sunset Beach Pro. All right.